Welcome to Cozy Vintage Studio. Tonight, you'll rest in 1940s Paris beneath a gentle autumn rain inside a Michelin star restaurant where soft piano and candlelight accompany a tender love story. This is the story of Chef Emile, a man whose days were ruled by recipes and precision, until one rainy morning, a woman stepped into his dining room and quietly changed everything. Between the clatter of copper pans and the hush of falling rain, he begins to rediscover not just flavor, but feeling. Your mind may still be busy, yet this story will ease it. Because even in the heart of a bustling kitchen, peace and wonder can bloom. Will love stay silent behind the kitchen doors, or find its way to the table? Breathe slowly. The evening begins with rain against the window and a chef lighting the first flame of the stove. Outside the grand windows of Le Signe d'Or, the rain had already begun its slow recital. Drops traced trembling lines down the glass, turning the reflection of Paris into a watercolor of lights and grey clouds. The street, Rue Royale, was still quiet, its stones slick and shining beneath the dim glow of the gas lamps. Inside, the warmth had begun to stir, first with the faint hum of a heater, then the low crackle of the stove, and finally, Chef Emile Doré arrived precisely at 6, as he always did. His hat was tilted slightly to one side, his coat damp but neatly buttoned, his shoes darkened by the rain. He paused at the entrance for a brief moment, breathing in the scent that only a kitchen before dawn could offer, the mingling of yeast, butter, and polished copper. He hung his umbrella beside the door, wiped his hands, and stepped into his world. The restaurant was still sleeping, chairs stacked, silverware tucked away, the chandelier unlit, but Emile liked it this way. The silence was his first ingredient. Every morning began with it. He lit the overhead lamps one by one, their amber glow spilling across marble counters and glass jars labeled in his careful handwriting. Vanilla, clove, bay leaf, things that carried memory. From the pantry, André, his sous chef, emerged with a yawn that smelled faintly of espresso. "Morning, chef," he murmured. Emile nodded. "Morning, André. The rain's early. It will follow us all day, I think." "Then we'll make it part of the menu," Emile replied softly. He opened his leather notebook, edges worn, corners folded from years of habit. Inside, rows of recipes written in fountain ink leaned toward the edges, as though eager to escape. But today, he didn't read them. He simply rested his hand on the page and thought of nothing at all. Rain had that power to wash even thought away. By 7, the kitchen began to hum. Knives met cutting boards, water hissed in pans, and the first scent of simmering stock drifted upward. The pastry boy rolled out dough near the window, the sugar glistening like frost. Somewhere the radio played faint jazz, soft, unintrusive, like a polite guest. The rain outside kept steady rhythm, tapping against the panes in time with the chef's heartbeat. Emile moved with effortless grace, though every action was deliberate. A twist of pepper, a slow stir of cream. He was a man built from repetition, yet in each motion there was affection, almost reverence. Cooking, for him, was not work, it was language. He had no family, few friends beyond the kitchen, and yet he spoke fluently every day through flavor. By 8, the first deliveries arrived. Crates of truffles, fresh herbs from the countryside, bottles of Burgundy wine sealed in straw. Emile inspected each one carefully, his fingers brushing over the ingredients as though greeting old friends. Rainwater had darkened the labels, but he didn't mind. The scent of earth clinging to the produce was richer because of it. "Everything in order?" Andre asked. "As it should be," Emil said. "Even the rain has its precision." They shared a faint smile. Outside, a carriage clattered by, wheels splashing through puddles. The pastry boy peeked through the glass to watch, humming under his breath. The city was waking, though slowly, as if reluctant to leave its dreams behind. By 9, the staff gathered briefly before service. A few new faces, a few old ones. The maître d', Henri, adjusted his tie in the reflection of a copper pot. Lucille, the hostess, tested the bell at the door, its chime crisp as crystal. "Let's make today lighter than yesterday," Emil said simply. "Lighter, chef?" Andre asked. "Yes, less salt, more patience." There was a soft chuckle, a shared look of respect. No one questioned the chef's philosophy anymore. They had all come to understand that his precision was a kind of kindness. As the clock neared 10, the kitchen reached full rhythm. Flames leapt, spoons clinked, voices overlapped like instruments in a well-rehearsed symphony. Yet amid the coordination, Amy's mind wandered, not far, just enough to imagine the rain outside, the smell of wet pavement, the faint perfume of passing umbrellas. Paris was an orchestra too, and the city's morning belonged to the same tempo as his kitchen. Then came the soft conflict, almost invisible, a small disturbance in the order. One of the burners sputtered, the flame dying with a hiss. Steam faded, leaving a sudden hollow quiet. Andre frowned and tapped the dial. Nothing. Emile approached, crouched, adjusted the valve and waited. Still nothing. "The line's damp," he muttered. "Condensation from the rain." Andre exhaled. "Shall I fetch the repairman?" "No need," Emile said. "A gentle touch can fix most things." He reached for a dry cloth, wiped the metal carefully, then struck the match again. This time, the flame caught, small, trembling, but alive. Its reflection wavered across his eyes. "There," he said softly. "Even fire needs patience." The staff resumed their rhythm, and the scent of warming broth filled the air once more. No one applauded, yet a quiet reverence hung in the kitchen. Emil's calm steadiness had restored more than just the stove. It had restored the morning's harmony. Through the window, Paris was now alive. Umbrellas bloomed like dark flowers. A vendor pushed a cart of chrysanthemums, their petals glowing against the grey. Somewhere down the street, a newspaper boy shouted headlines muffled by rain. All of it seemed to happen at a distance, as though Emile's kitchen existed slightly apart from time itself. He took a sip of coffee, strong, bitter, necessary. The warmth settled in his chest as he leaned against the counter. A droplet from his hair slid down his temple. He smiled faintly and brushed it away. He had never left Paris, not even during the hardest years. The city was stitched into his soul, and mornings like this, rainy, slow and quietly alive, reminded him why. Henri entered with the first reservation card of the day. "Lunch for 2 at 12, he said. "Name Madame Moreau." Emile nodded absently, not yet aware how much that name would matter. "Prepare the corner table by the window," he said. "Rain deserves a view." Outside, the bells of St. Augustin chimed the hour. The sound drifted through the open transom, mingling with the hiss of butter meeting hot metal. A new melody began in the kitchen. a note of anticipation that no one could quite name. Emile tied his apron tighter and straightened the rows of herbs before him. His reflection in the copper pot looked calm, but his eyes held a glimmer, faint as the first spark of something about to begin. The rain continued, patient and rhythmic, as though the city itself were waiting for a story to unfold. Somewhere beyond the kitchen door, footsteps approached, the quiet click of heels on marble, a pause, a breath. The restaurant was about to open, and with the next ring of the bell, nothing would ever taste quite the same again. The morning unfolded inside Lessigny door, like a well-rehearsed ballet. Each movement in the kitchen had its place, every utensil its rhythm. Emile oversaw it all, silent but ever present, his eyes tracing the slow steam that curled from copper pots, his mind tuned to the harmony of knives, ladles, and quiet voices. He was a man shaped by discipline, yet his manner carried warmth. His instructions were rarely loud. Instead, they floated gently through the air, firm and kind. Butter first, he would remind, or let the broth listen before it speaks. The younger cooks never quite knew what he meant, but they followed him anyway, drawn by the calm certainty in his tone. Outside, the rain softened into a mist, making the glass panes quiver with light. The city beyond the window looked blurred, almost tender. Emile's kitchen, though enclosed, seemed to breathe in time with Paris itself, a single living organism built on motion, fragrance, and warmth. He began his ritual. Every day started the same way, sharpening knives, polishing the ladles, checking the temperature of the stoves. But the repetition never dulled him. There was something meditative in it, something that made the chaos of the world seem small. He arranged the ingredients for the soup au châtain, chestnut soup for the day's lunch. The chestnuts had arrived slightly damp from the market, wrapped in brown paper that smelled faintly of earth. Emile peeled them carefully, the knife whispering against the skins. Each slice released a sweet, nutty perfume that mingled with the aroma of onions, caramelizing nearby. "Do you ever tire of soup, chef?" Andre asked from across the table. Emile smiled. "Soup is patience in liquid form, Andre. It forgives your mistakes." Andre laughed softly and went back to trimming herbs. The maitre d'honneur passed through the door, checking the silver trays and linens. "Madame Moreau's reservation confirmed, chef. Noon sharp." She requested a seat by the window. Aimé gave a small nod, not looking up. "Then the light will serve her well." "The rain too." Henri lingered a moment, as though expecting further comment, then left to polish the front windows. The kitchen clock ticked. Emile moved to the next station, where Lucille was setting crystal glasses on the tray. She smiled shyly when he passed. "The weather makes the city look like a painting, doesn't it?" she said. "Yes," he replied, still stirring. "And every painting needs its silence." He didn't mean to sound poetic. It was simply how he thought. The rhythm of the kitchen deepened. The smell of butter browning filled the room, rich and soothing. Outside, passers-by hurried under umbrellas, their reflections wavering on the wet cobblestones. For a moment, Aimé let his thoughts drift backward to the early years when he had first apprenticed under Chef Drouet, a legend of the old Parisian school. He had learned that precision was love made visible. Every clean cut, every polished plate, every pause before seasoning, each was an act of devotion to those who would eat. He had carried that lesson into every day since. But lately, Something in him had shifted. He didn't yet know why, but the comfort of repetition had begun to feel like a cage. He longed for something to disturb the calm, though he would never have admitted it aloud. A sudden noise startled him, a crash of metal followed by a curse. Andre stood frozen near the stove, a saucepan on the floor, sauce splattered across the tiles. "Pardon, chef." The handle slipped. Emile turned, looked at the mess, and said only, "Then we begin again." He bent to help, his voice calm as ever. Together they wiped the floor and refilled the pan. The sauce was salvaged, the rhythm resumed, but Emile noticed Andre's trembling hands. "It's the rain," Andre murmured. "Always makes me clumsy." "Then today, we'll let the rain teach us steadiness," Emile replied. Their eyes met briefly, the exchange wordless but warm. By 10:30, the final preparations for lunch began. Fresh baguettes arrived, their crusts still crackling. Emile inhaled deeply, feeling the scent of bread mingle with roasted garlic and thyme. The kitchen was alive now, no longer silent, but balanced. He took a moment to look through the pass window into the dining room. Lucille and Henri were arranging the tables, adjusting every fork and napkin to precise angles. A bouquet of chrysanthemums gleamed in the center of Madame Moreau's table. The petals caught the soft light, filtering through the rain-streaked glass. Emile admired the simplicity. He had always preferred beauty that didn't announce itself. Then came the soft conflict, a minor detail, but enough to disturb his perfect order. A young apprentice named Jules approached with a worried look. "Chef, the cream we're short. The supplier said the truck is delayed, flooding near the river." Emile sighed, though not in anger. The cream was essential for his sauce and for the dessert. Il flottante, floating island with vanilla custard. Without it, the menu would suffer. "How much do we have?" "Half a bottle, chef." "Then we make it stretch. Add a touch of almond milk. It will soften the flavor." "But chef," Jules hesitated, "it won't taste the same." Emile smiled faintly. "No, but sometimes imperfection invites imagination." He adjusted the recipe, thinning the custard, reducing the sugar slightly. The texture changed, lighter, airier. He tasted it, nodded. "It will do, perhaps even better." The lesson was quiet but clear. Creation thrived on interruption. By 11, the last details came together. The silver gleamed, the bread baskets were lined with linen, the scent of rain entered faintly each time the door opened. The piano in the dining room was tuned for the evening, each note echoing softly through the halls. Emile washed his hands and stood still for a moment, feeling the weight of stillness before service began. In those seconds, the world seemed perfectly balanced between the end of morning and the beginning of something unknown. And then a flicker of movement at the entrance caught his eye. A figure, framed by the grey light of the street, stood holding a closed umbrella. A woman, her silhouette elegant and calm, though her coat dripped with rain. She hesitated before stepping inside, brushing a strand of dark hair from her face. Lucille rushed to greet her, the bell above the door chiming softly. From where he stood, Emile couldn't hear their words, but the sound of that bell, sharp, crystalline, carried through the kitchen like a note that changed the key of the whole symphony. He turned back to the stove, pretending not to look, yet every sense in him seemed awake. The rain outside resumed its steady whisper, as if keeping time with his heartbeat. A faint perfume lingered in the air, a mix of violets and something citrus. He realized it must have come from her, carried by the brief gust that followed her inside. It was unlike anything in his kitchen, and yet somehow it belonged. He didn't know her name. Not yet. Only that for the first time in years, the morning felt slightly off balance, in the most delicate, dangerous way. He stirred the pot once more, slower now, his reflection trembling in the copper. Outside, the rain grew lighter, almost approving. The door to the dining room closed, and the scent of her perfume remained, weaving with the steam and the butter and the hum of Paris. And Emil, though surrounded by the comfort of routine, felt the smallest crack open inside it, just wide enough for wonder to enter. The bell above the restaurant door chimed again, its tone bright and delicate against the muted hum of rain. The hour was just past 11, and the signador had begun to fill with that soft prelude before service. The gentle shuffle of linen, the murmur of waiters rehearsing greetings, the faint echo of a piano scale from the adjoining dining room. In the kitchen, Emil wiped his hands on his apron and took a slow breath. He didn't look toward the door immediately, though something within him had already shifted. He continued slicing mushrooms, each cut measured, silent, precise. Yet his focus faltered, the rhythm slightly uneven. Andre noticed but said nothing. The chef's quiet was a language of its own. The maitre d' Henri entered moments later, holding an envelope dampened at the edges. "Chef," he said, "the truffle supplier is here, with the delivery you requested," and someone accompanied him, apparently seeking shelter from the rain. "Shelter," Emil repeated, without looking up. "Yes, a lady. Said she only needed a moment indoors, while the storm passes. The front hall is hers for now." Henri's tone carried polite disapproval, as if the weather itself were an inconvenience to the restaurant's rhythm. Emil nodded absently. Let her stay. No one should stand in that rain. The thunder outside confirmed his words, low and distant. Paris had sunk into a grey melancholy, the kind of rain that blurred the edges of the world. The woman, still at the entrance, turned toward the window, where droplets gathered like pearls on glass. Her gloves were light grey, her umbrella, a deep navy with a brass handle that caught the lamplight. Lucille, ever attentive, offered her a towel for her hands.
"Would you care for some tea, madame?"
"That would be kind," the woman replied, her voice soft, lightly accented, perhaps from the south. "If it's not too much trouble." "It's no trouble at all," Lucille said, then disappeared into the kitchen. When she returned, Emil happened to glance up through the open door to the hall. He saw her, just a silhouette at first, framed by the rain-lit window. She stood tall, posture calm, yet weary, the hem of her coat slightly damp where it brushed against her boots. Her gaze wandered the walls, paintings of old Paris, the framed Michelin certificate, the gilded mirrors that reflected candlelight even in daytime. And then, for no clear reason, she smiled. It was a small smile, perhaps at nothing at all, but something about it caught Emil unguarded. His hand hesitated mid-motion. The knife paused above the cutting board. For a moment, the kitchen noise receded. The bubbling pots, the sizzle of butter, all faded to a hush. The only sound that remained was the rain. Andre's voice broke the stillness. "Chef, are you well?" Emil blinked, exhaled softly, and resumed slicing. "Quite well, thank you." Lucille placed the tea on a small silver tray and carried it out. Through the doorway, Emile could see the steam curl upward as the cup was set before the woman. Her gloved hands accepted it gracefully. When the door swung shut again, Andre grinned faintly, a rare sight, someone stealing the chef's attention before the soup. Emile allowed a quiet smile. Perhaps I'm just listening to the weather. Yet, even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. Something about the rhythm of that moment, the rain, the light, her presence, had slipped into him unnoticed. The soft conflict arrived gently, as most did in Emile's life. The truffle delivery, delayed by weather, had arrived incomplete. Emery handed him the invoice, frowning. 2 of the parcels are missing, chef. The supplier apologizes. Transport issues. Ormil scanned the list. We'll adjust the lunch menu then. Shall I cancel the table of 4 that requested the risotto? No, Emile said. We'll make something finer. Fewer truffles, more imagination. He looked toward the pantry shelves, already formulating a substitute. The scent of thyme drifted from the cutting board, mingling with the earthy perfume of the remaining truffles. Tell them, he added softly, the flavor of patience is rarer than any mushroom. Andre chuckled under his breath as the kitchen resumed its rhythm. A knock sounded at the side door. 3 polite taps against the wood. It was unusual. Most suppliers entered unannounced. Emile frowned, wiped his hands, and went to open it himself. When he did, there she was, the woman from the front hall, her umbrella now closed, raindrops still clinging to its surface like small jewels. Pardon me, she said. I was asked to wait in the front, but the smell drew me here. Her eyes lifted toward the copper pots. Chestnut soup, is it not? Emile blinked, momentarily speechless. It is. Forgive the disorder, madame. The kitchen is rarely visited. Oh, I don't mind, she said with a smile. I've always liked kitchens more than dining rooms. One hears truth in the noise of them. He couldn't help smiling back. That may be true. In the dining room, everyone performs. Here, we simply work. She extended her hand. Claudine Moreau. Emile took it carefully, his palms still warm from the stove. Chef Emile Duret. A pleasure. Her handshake was light, the kind that lingered without effort. For a moment, neither spoke. Outside, thunder rolled again, softer now, like applause from a distant audience. I believe you have my reservation, she said gently. I arrived earlier than planned, so it seems, Emile replied. And I suppose the rain arranged our introduction sooner than expected. Her laughter was quiet, almost musical. She glanced around the kitchen, her eyes lingering on the hanging ladles and the steam that fogged the windows. It's beautiful here, she said. Not grand, not cold, just alive. Emile followed her gaze, seeing his kitchen anew as she saw it. The flicker of the lamps, the rhythm of water, the small orchestra of movement. He realized it was alive because it was, in some way, his heart made visible. Lucille appeared in the doorway, surprised to find her there. Madame, your table is ready whenever you wish. Claudine nodded, turning back to Emile. Thank you for the warmth, chef. I hope the soup tastes as good as it smells. I will make sure of it, he said. When she left, the kitchen seemed dimmer, as though she had taken a little of its light with her. Emile stood still, the air around him filled with the mingled scents of rain and roasted chestnuts. Andre leaned closer, So that's Madame Moreau. Yes, Emile murmured. Apparently, she enjoys kitchens. Then she's a rare woman. Yes, Emile said again, almost to himself. Rare indeed. He turned back to the stove, the steam rising before his face. But the rhythm of his cooking had changed. Subtly, but completely, the ladle moved slower. His gaze softened, and for the first time in years, he seasoned by instinct rather than precision. Outside, the rain began to fade, replaced by the steady whisper of the city awakening. In the dining room beyond, Madame Moreau's laughter drifted faintly through the air, warm, unguarded, like sunlight breaking through cloud. Emile closed his eyes briefly, listening to it as though it were part of the recipe. When he opened them again, he smiled, a small, secret smile only the kitchen would ever see. The soup was ready. He lifted the ladle, tasted it, and paused. Something had changed in the flavor, softer, fuller, unexpected. He couldn't name it, but he knew it had come from her. And as the first lunch bell rang and the staff hurried to their posts, Emile looked toward the dining room door, where a glimpse of her blue umbrella now rested by the wall. He didn't know it yet, but that umbrella would stay longer in his memory than any dish he had ever prepared. The dining room shimmered with late morning light. Rain still threaded down the window panes, thin silver lines softening the view of the street outside. Inside Lacing door, everything glowed with quiet restraint. Crystal glasses poised like raindrops, white linen folded with surgical precision, candles standing unlit but waiting. Madame Claudine Moreau sat near the corner table by the window, her umbrella resting beside her chair, still dotted with tiny pearls of water. She had removed her gloves, revealing slender hands that now held the menu loosely, more as a formality than a necessity. She seemed less a customer than a listener, as though she could hear the soft rhythm of the kitchen beyond the closed door. Emile stood behind that door, watching through the narrow glass panel. He had no reason to look. André was managing the first orders, but curiosity had rooted him there. He told himself it was professional interest, observing his guests, ensuring their satisfaction. Yet he knew otherwise. There was something magnetic in the stillness of her presence, something that quieted the noise of his mind. When the waiter approached her table, she spoke softly. "Tell Chef Durer, the soup has the scent of memory." The waiter blinked, unsure how to translate such poetry, but nodded and carried the message back. When he repeated it, Emile simply said, "Then I have served it correctly." André raised an eyebrow. The scent of memory? She must have known hunger once, Emile murmured, or love. Outside, thunder rumbled far away, more whisper than roar. The rain had become a drizzle, and the city lightened to pale gold. Claudine gazed through the window, tracing the pattern of droplets with her fingertip. Paris moved like a watercolor behind glass. Umbrellas blooming, bicycles gliding through puddles, a flower vendor rearranging wilted chrysanthemums. The chef turned from the window and faced his kitchen. "Prepare the next course," he said. "Pike with saffron cream." The scent of shallots and wine filled the air. Emile leaned closer to the pan, tasting with a wooden spoon. The sauce was rich, but missing something intangible, a brightness perhaps, or courage. He hesitated, then added a squeeze of lemon. The flavor changed instantly, sharp yet harmonious. André watched. "You've never done that before, chef." Emile smiled faintly. "Nor have I met Madame Moreau before." The soft conflict of the morning came quietly, as always. The dining room door opened halfway, and Henri entered, frowning with concern. "Chef, we've a small problem. The fire in the front hearth is faltering. Guests might begin to feel the chill." Emile glanced toward the dining room. Indeed, the flames had weakened, casting uncertain shadows against the mirrored walls. He removed his apron and crossed the threshold, an unusual break in his routine. The moment he entered, the hum of the dining room softened. Staff paused briefly, surprised to see the chef himself out of the kitchen. Emile approached the hearth, crouching to inspect the logs. The faint smell of damp wood mingled with perfume and linen starch. Behind him, Claudine's voice came gently. "Sometimes it just needs air." He looked up. She was watching him, her eyes reflecting both the flame and the rain beyond. "Pardon?" he asked. "The fire," she said, smiling. "If it's too crowded, it suffocates. You have to let it breathe." Emile nodded, almost amused. "That's true of many things, madame." He took the poker, nudged the logs apart, allowing space between them. Air rushed through, and within seconds, the flame leapt higher, glowing steady once again. Claudine clapped softly, and the few nearby guests smiled. "You see," she said, "it listens when you're kind." He rose slowly, brushing soot from his sleeve.
I'll remember that.
"You're the chef, are you not?" she asked, though her tone suggested she already knew.
Yes, Emile Duray.
Her gaze softened. "Then I owe you thanks." The soup was sincere. "Sincere," he repeated, the word rolling gently on his tongue. "That may be the finest compliment I've received." She laughed softly. "One rarely calls soup sincere, I suppose. One rarely meets someone who can taste truth," he replied before realizing how intimate it sounded. Her smile deepened, faintly amused, faintly touched. Perhaps truth just needs a little salt. They stood for a moment, neither quite knowing how to end a conversation. The fire crackled quietly between them, warm and newly alive. Then a waiter appeared beside them with polite urgency. "Chef, the sauce." Emile turned quickly. "Ah, excuse me, madame." "Of course," she said, stepping aside. "Go rescue your creation." Back in the kitchen, the pike had begun to over-reduce, steam rising in frantic curls. He moved swiftly, lifting the pan and whisking in fresh cream until the mixture calmed to a golden shimmer. The scent filled the room, wine, saffron, and something electric, like rain meeting fire. Andre smirked, saved by the lady's advice. "Chef?" Emile didn't answer, but as he plated the dish, he noticed his hands were trembling slightly, not from stress, but from something new, an awareness that someone beyond the kitchen might understand him better than he had expected. He sent the plate out, watched from the doorway as Claudine tasted it. Her expression changed subtly, eyes closing for a moment, then opening with a look that carried both surprise and approval. She nodded toward the kitchen, just once. It was nothing formal, not even noticeable to others, but to Emile it felt like applause. He turned away before she could look back. "Perfect balance," he murmured, though he wasn't speaking of the dish. The rain outside paused entirely, leaving behind a stillness that seemed almost too delicate for sound. Paris held its breath. Henri entered once more, holding a folded note. "For you, chef." from Madame Moreau. Emile wiped his hands, took the note carefully. Inside, in elegant handwriting, were just 3 words: "For warmth returned." He stared at the paper for a long time before tucking it into his coat pocket. Andre tried to peek. "Love letter already." "Gratitude," Emile said simply, "and perhaps something rarer." Service continued through the afternoon, dishes leaving the pass one after another, the orchestra of silver and porcelain steady and bright. But Emile felt different now. Each motion carried a quiet rhythm that matched the pulse of that small note resting near his heart. When Claudine rose to leave, she paused near the doorway, her gloved hand brushing lightly against the frame. Through the narrow glass panel, Emile caught her reflection, half in shadow, half in light. She turned her head slightly, as though sensing his gaze, and their eyes met for the briefest instant. No words passed, only a glance. But in that glance was the unspoken promise of more to come, a spark waiting to grow, steady as flame once given air. The bell above the door chimed once more as she stepped into the damp street, her umbrella blooming open like a dark flower. Emile watched until the sound of her footsteps faded. Then he returned to his kitchen, the fire still glowing behind him, steady and warm. And when Andre asked if they should prepare the evening menu, Emile simply said, "Yes, but tonight we cook for the rain." Outside, the sky deepened to a tender grey. The city, like the chef, was quietly changed. The rain returned in the afternoon, a softer reprise that drummed gently against the restaurant's windows. The sky dimmed to pewter, the kind of light that made every flame seem warmer, every scent more vivid. Inside Le Cygne d'Or, the rhythm of the kitchen resumed its quiet perfection. Pans hissed, knives sang, and the air carried the perfume of butter and thyme. Emile stood at his station, sleeves rolled neatly above his elbows. He was preparing the evening's feature, roasted quail with figs and honeyed wine sauce, the kind of dish that required both precision and grace. Outside, the streets blurred in silver rain. Inside, every motion shimmered in the lamplight. Andre was nearby, arranging herbs into small glass jars, humming a low jazz tune under his breath. The younger cooks moved carefully, aware of the fragile calm that seemed to linger in the air since Madame Moreau's visit. The kitchen had become quieter, but not with tension, rather with reverence, as if everyone sensed that something invisible had changed. Emile, though outwardly composed, carried that change within him. Her words for warmth returned, echoed softly each time he stirred a sauce or plated a dish. They had become part of his rhythm, as inseparable as breath from movement. He tasted the reduction, frowned, and added a touch more honey. It needed softness. He had learned from her smile that gentleness could be its own kind of strength. "Chef," Andre said. "The figs are running low. Check the pantry," Emile replied. "There should be another crate." Andre returned moments later, empty-handed. "Gone, chef. We used the last for the lunch course." Emile sighed, not in frustration, but mild surprise. "Then we adapt. Slice the pears instead. They'll caramelize beautifully." As Andre hurried off, Emile resumed his rhythm, hands moving with unthinking confidence. But then, a small interruption. The bowl of flour on the counter trembled as the back door opened suddenly. A gust of wind swept through, carrying droplets of rain and a chill that fluttered the recipe pages on his desk. "Close that door," someone called, but before the words settled, the gust had already done its mischief. A handful of flour spilled from the bowl, catching the air like pale smoke, settling across the counter and onto Emil's coat. He blinked, momentarily disoriented, then exhaled through a soft laugh. So the storm wants to cook with us. The young apprentice, Jules, stood frozen by the door, cheeks flushed. I'm sorry, chef. The latch slipped. It's nothing, Emil said gently, brushing flour from his sleeve. A bit of snow in the kitchen never hurt anyone. The others laughed softly, the tension diffused. Jules smiled in relief and hurried to secure the latch. Yet, amid the humour, a faint sound caught Emil's attention. A quiet laugh from the other side of the half-open door that led to the dining room. He turned just in time to see her again. Madame Claudine Moreau stood near the threshold, holding a folded umbrella, her expression bright with amusement. I believe your kitchen just sneezed, chef. Emil felt warmth rise to his face. A rather dramatic one, I'm afraid. Parisian air tends to misbehave. She stepped closer, careful not to cross too far inside. I only came to return this, she said, holding up a small silver clasp. It fell from your waiter's tray. He took it gently, their fingers almost touching. Thank you, madame. You saved us from chaos. Chaos, she teased. It looks more like poetry to me. He smiled. We write our poems with spoons, not ink. Her gaze lingered on the counter, where the spilled flour had left a white handprint. Then your poem begins here, she said softly, and for a moment the world seemed suspended between their words. Andre cleared his throat discreetly, returning with the pears. Chef, as requested. Emil blinked, as though waking from a reverie.
Yes, thank you.
He turned to Claudine, offering a slight bow. Madame, your table awaits. I promise the next verse will be better composed. Her eyes sparkled. I'll hold you to that, Chef Diore. She left with a graceful nod, her footsteps fading toward the dining room. When the door closed behind her, Andre leaned closer. You're smiling again, Chef. Am I? Emil asked. Yes, and it's unsettling. Makes the soup taste sweeter. Then perhaps we should smile more often, Emil said, hiding his grin behind the ladle. The soft conflict, however, was not quite finished. The spilled flour had dusted one of the burners, and when Emma relit it, the flames sputtered uncertainly, flaring too high. The sudden burst startled Jules again. Careful, Emil said quickly, reaching for the control. The flames steadied, but a faint scorch marked the rim of the pan. Silence fell, a collective breath of apprehension. Then Emil chuckled quietly. Well, he said, even perfection burns sometimes. Laughter rippled through the kitchen, light and genuine. The tension dissolved completely, leaving behind the comfortable warmth of shared humanity. He scraped the caramelized edge from the pan, tasted it, and smiled. The mistake had deepened the flavor, bitterness softened by sweetness, like rain meeting sunlight. Andre tasted it too, and nodded. Better than before. Yes, Emil said, because life insists on seasoning our recipes. As evening approached, the kitchen lights dimmed to a golden glow. The storm outside had gentled into a fine mist. In the dining room, Claudine's voice drifted faintly through the door as she spoke to Lucille about a painting on the wall. The tone of her laughter wrapped through the air like music, soft and unguarded. Emil listened for a moment before returning to his work. He finished plating the quail, arranging each slice with careful symmetry. The pears glistened under a drizzle of wine sauce, their colour deep as amber. He stood back, admiring the composition, not with pride, but with quiet satisfaction. The dish seemed alive, touched by something beyond his control. He knew it wasn't only his craft that shaped it. It was the interruption, the laughter, the unexpected, those small human flaws that turned food into feeling. When the dish was sent out, he lingered near the doorway again. Through the narrow window, he watched Claudine take her first bite. Her expression softened, her eyes closing briefly, as though she were listening to a melody only she could hear. Then she smiled, a small, serene curve of contentment, and Emil felt a wave of warmth rise through him, steady and grounding. Andre approached quietly. "What's her verdict, you think?" Emil kept his gaze on her. "I think," he said, "she's forgiven the flower." The two men shared a laugh. Outside, the rain ceased completely, leaving a sheen on the cobblestones that reflected the city's lamps like scattered stars. Inside, the Signor glowed with a tranquil radiance. The day's chaos had turned into calm, and yet Emil sensed something beginning beneath that calm, an undercurrent, soft but undeniable, stirring like the first scent of spring beneath winter's soil. He removed his apron, folding it neatly. "Close early tonight," he said. "Paris needs rest." Andre looked puzzled. "And you, chef?" "I'll stay a while. The kitchen breathes better when it's quiet." As the others left, Emil stood alone amid the scent of figs, wine and flour. Through the window, he could see Claudine's silhouette pass under a street lamp, her umbrella closing as she paused to look back toward the restaurant. She lingered for a heartbeat, then continued into the night. The rain did not return, but Emil felt it still, somewhere inside him, falling softly and without end. By noon, the Signor pulsed with a quiet sort of grandeur. The dining room, once still as a chapel, now hummed with the music of porcelain and silver. Outside, the clouds had thinned, leaving a pale silver light that poured through the tall windows, softening the gold of the mirrors and the folds of linen. Paris itself seemed to lean closer, listening through the rain-streaked glass. In the kitchen, Emil stood at the center of his domain. The heat, the motion, the rhythm, it all flowed around him like a current. Plates passed from hand to hand, pans hissed, orders were called and answered in low tones. The air shimmered with scent, roasted quail, thyme, lemon, truffle. Each aroma blended into the next, a slow symphony of appetite and care. Emil thrived in the rhythm. Every motion was a note, every plate a measure in his composition. But today, that rhythm carried a counter-melody, soft, persistent, distracting. The echo of laughter, the memory of eyes that had met his and lingered a fraction too long. Claudine Moreau. Her name moved through his mind like a fragrance he couldn't place. He didn't mean to think of her while seasoning fish or tasting broth, yet she appeared between every task, as constant as breath. When he stirred a sauce, he saw her reflection in the copper lid. When he wiped his hands, he recalled her voice saying, "The fire listens when you're kind." Andre caught him staring at the window more than once. "Chef," he teased, "you're burning holes in the air." Emil gave no defense, just watching the rain return. "It hasn't," Andre said, smiling. Not yet. But Emile wasn't looking at the rain. He was looking at her through the thin window that divided kitchen from dining room. Claudine sat again at her favoured table. The lunch crowd had filled every seat, yet she remained a calm centre amid the bustle. A book rested beside her plate. Her gloved hand traced its spine absent-mindedly as she watched the street beyond the glass. She dined slowly, tasting each bite as if time obeyed her. Lucille brought her the next course, a delicate souffle. Emile had decided on a whim to prepare himself. The waiter hadn't requested it, nor had she ordered it. It was simply an impulse, a small culinary whisper that said, "I am thinking of you." When the plate reached her table, Claudine smiled in mild surprise. "I didn't order this," she said. "Compliments of the chef, Madame." Lucille replied with a knowing smile. Emile turned away before Claudine could glance toward the kitchen. He didn't want to see her reaction, not yet. He needed to remain composed, practical, unseen, but his heart betrayed him with a small, traitorous quickening. Moments later, Lucille returned, carrying the empty plate. She adored it, chef, said it tasted like sunlight after rain. Andre clapped a hand to his chest. "If you ever open a poetry shop, I'll wash the dishes." "Focus on the plates," Emile muttered, though his eyes softened. The soft conflict came then, as it often did, quietly, almost kindly. The dining room's chandelier flickered once, twice, then dimmed. A brief power hesitation, the kind caused by damp weather and old wiring. The light faltered, shadows stretching long across the tables. Gas lamps were quickly lit, but the sudden change unsettled the diners. Henri appeared in the doorway, flustered. "Chef, the guests are murmuring. They say it's bad luck when the lights fade over the meal." Emile wiped his hands. "Then we must remind them. Light comes from other sources." He stepped out from behind the pass window and into the dining room, where the flickering lamps threw amber pools across the tables. Claudine looked up as he passed, her expression calm but curious. Emile bent to the nearest table, adjusting a wick that burned too low. "Nothing to worry about," he said, voice low but steady. "The city is only catching its breath." A few guests smiled at the reassurance. Claudine, however, watched him with quiet interest. When he turned to pass her table, she spoke softly. "Perhaps Paris just wanted candlelight for lunch." Emile smiled faintly. Paris has impeccable taste. Their eyes met again, and the world seemed to pause. The hum of conversation, the clink of glasses, even the rain beyond the window, it all folded into silence. Then the lights brightened, humming back to life. The diners applauded lightly, relieved. Emile nodded to the staff, signalling to resume service, but Claudine's gaze lingered on him, even as he stepped away, her eyes holding the soft amusement of someone who had just witnessed a secret. Back in the kitchen, Andre raised an eyebrow. "You seem to have discovered a new spice, chef." "Which one?" Emile asked, wiping his hands again. "Electricity," Andre said. "You walked into that room and the lights returned." Emile didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth twitched. By mid-afternoon, the rush began to wane. Plates returned empty, the last coffees were poured, and the clatter of dishes faded to a satisfied hush. The kitchen exhaled, as if after a long-held breath. Emile leaned on the counter, watching the last of the rain bead along the window. The city outside glowed with that rare, tender brightness that comes only after a storm, and yet inside him another storm lingered, quieter but unrelenting. He turned the note she'd written earlier, for warmth returned between his fingers. The paper had softened from being handled so often. He didn't know why he kept it close, but it had become a kind of talisman. He was a man who spoke best through creation. Words had never been his gift, but today even the language of food seemed insufficient to express what stirred in him. Andre interrupted his thoughts. "Chef, should we prepare for supper service?" "In a moment," Emil said. "Let the kitchen rest." He moved toward the door and peered into the dining room. Claudine was finishing her coffee, her book now open. Her posture was unhurried, graceful. When she turned a page, her fingers caught the light, like small pieces of porcelain. He noticed details he had no right to notice: the way her coat hung neatly on the back of the chair, the tiny scar near her wrist, the faint curl of hair that escaped its pin. A quiet ache bloomed within him, unfamiliar and oddly peaceful. Then Claudine closed her book, leaving a single rose petal between its pages as a marker. She rose, paid, and paused near the doorway. For a fleeting instant, she looked back, not searching, but seeing. Their eyes met once more through the small window that separated chef from guest. Her smile was almost imperceptible, yet it carried the same warmth as the fire she had helped revive. Then she was gone. The door closed gently behind her, and the sound of rain returned, soft, forgiving, endless. Emil stood motionless, surrounded by the hum of cooling stoves. Andre approached. "Chef?" "Yes, the next course." Amy looked toward the window where her reflection had just been, fading among raindrops. "Not yet," he said. "Let the silence simmer." He turned back to his station, lit a new flame, and reached for a clean pan. Outside, the church bell struck 2. Inside, the scent of caramelized sugar began to rise again, sweet and slow. Something was changing in the kitchen, subtle as light, certain as hunger, and for the first time, Emil welcomed the feeling of being unsteady. That night, Paris lay wrapped in drizzle, its streets glimmering like ribbons of glass. The last guests had left Lysignador. Chairs were lifted onto tables, candles extinguished one by one, until only the faintest orange glow lingered in the corners. The storm had quieted, but the air held a tenderness that made even silence seem alive. Emil remained in the kitchen long after the others had gone. His jacket hung neatly on the hook, sleeves rolled to his forearms, the faint scent of butter and smoke clinging to him. A single lamp above the counter illuminated the room in amber, half light, catching on the gleam of copper pots and the dusting of flour still resting on the tiles. He sat at the small wooden desk near the pantry, his private corner, a space for notes, invoices, and the occasional stray thought. Tonight, however, there were no orders to calculate, no recipes to refine. Only one name occupied his mind: Claudine Moreau. He took a clean sheet of parchment from the drawer. The paper crackled softly as he smoothed it flat. Then he uncapped his fountain pen and stared at the blank surface as though it were the most difficult dish he had ever tried to compose. The words didn't come easily. He had built a life on precision, measuring salt by the grain, timing sauces to the breath. But this was different. Feelings could not be whisked into form. or plated neatly for admiration. He began, anyway. Madame. He paused, frowned, and crossed it out. Too formal. Claudine. He hesitated again. Too familiar. He tried again, writing slowly, as though each letter might escape, if not handled gently. There are flavors I can never name. Some are born of accident, others of longing. You have reminded me of both. He stopped, listening to the rain, tapping faintly at the window. It came in irregular rhythm, like an impatient heart. Today the kitchen felt different. I cannot say why, except that the fire seemed to listen more closely. Perhaps kindness does that. Perhaps you were right. He smiled faintly at the memory of her words by the hearth. Then he continued, his handwriting leaning slightly to the right, a quiet confession in ink. If I could serve you one dish alone, it would be something simple, bread still warm, butter soft, the kind of meal that forgives silence. I think you would understand it. He set the pen down and exhaled. The paper glowed under the lamplight, fragile as a secret. For a long moment, he simply stared at it. Andre's voice echoed faintly in memory. You're smiling again, chef. He wasn't smiling now, but his face had softened, the way one's does when standing too close to something precious. The soft conflict came quietly, as it often did. The ink smudged beneath his hand. The words blurred just enough to become unreadable in places. He tried to blot it, but the damage was done. The paper now bore a faint stain, where thought and hesitation had collided. He could start again, of course. He had more paper, more ink, but something in him resisted. Perhaps imperfection was its own truth. He read over the letter once more, then folded it carefully into thirds. He did not sign it. He did not seal it. He simply slipped it into the top drawer of the desk, where unused menus and old notes slept beneath a layer of dust. It rested there quietly, as though already aware it would never leave. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. The rain grew softer still, more whisper than weather. The restaurant had its own sound at night. Pipes sighing, wood creaking, the faint hum of the refrigerator like a distant lullaby. For the first time in years, Emile allowed himself to rest in that sound, not as a chef, but as a man who had spent too long measuring life in minutes and meals. He poured himself a glass of wine, something modest, a vintage meant for cooking rather than celebration. The taste was dry, honest. He drank slowly, watching the lamplight ripple through the glass. On the counter nearby sat a small vase with a single flower Lucille had placed earlier in the day, a white camellia. Its petals were beginning to wilt, curling inward as though sheltering a secret. He touched one gently with the back of his finger. Even beauty tires, he murmured. Outside, the rain shifted direction, striking the window harder. A gust of wind made the panes tremble, and for a brief moment, a shadow passed across the glass. Emile turned his head, half expecting to see movement on the street, but there was nothing, only the reflection of the kitchen's glow against the dark. He rose, set the empty glass in the sink, and began to tidy the counter by habit. Every action felt slower, more deliberate, as if the evening itself were trying to stretch into something endless. When he reached the desk again, his hand drifted toward the drawer. He hesitated, then opened it, looking once more at the folded letter. The paper seemed to hum, with quiet life, like dough rising under a towel. For an instant, he imagined walking to the corner where the postbox stood, sliding it inside and trusting it to find her. The image was vivid, the red metal gleaming wet under streetlight, his breath clouding in the cool air, the distant echo of passing carriages. But then he saw her face in memory, calm, self-contained, untouched by expectation. She had not asked for words, she had only smiled, and in that smile had given him something rarer than invitation, understanding. He closed the drawer. Some messages, he decided, were not meant to travel. He extinguished the lamp and stepped out into the dining room. The air still held traces of her perfume. Faint as a memory, through the window, Paris shimmered beneath the drizzle, its reflections doubling the lights of every street. He stood by the window for a while, hands in his pockets, watching the city breathe. Somewhere across the river, a jazz record was playing from an open apartment, the melody drifting through the damp air. It sounded like a promise, half kept. Emil smiled faintly, then turned off the remaining lights. The kitchen plunged into a velvety darkness, broken only by the thin line of moonlight seeping through the window. As he closed the door behind him, the faintest rustle echoed, the sound of paper shifting inside the desk drawer, as if the unsent letter had sighed. Outside, the rain began again, steady and endless, carrying with it the scent of wet stone and wine. And somewhere beyond the glass, a woman might have paused under her umbrella, sensing a thought that had almost found its way to her. The following afternoon arrived with a thin sun glinting over the rooftops of Paris. The storm had passed, but puddles still glimmered along the Rue Royale, catching fragments of sky like small mirrors. The scent of wet stone mixed with the aroma of roasted coffee drifting from nearby cafes. It was late October, and the air carried that faint chill that whispered of the coming winter. Inside Le Cygne d'Or, the kitchen was alive again. The copper pans gleamed, the counters sang with the soft percussion of knives, and the rhythmic footsteps of servers echoed like distant music. Yet amid all that motion, Emil felt something still unsettled. Like a page half turned, he tried to bury himself in routine. He kneaded dough for the afternoon bread, its texture soft and warm beneath his palms. He tasted the broth for the soup of the day, and adjusted the salt with a precise hand. The motions calmed him, but only slightly. A letter from the night before lingered in his mind, like a shadow he couldn't quite step out of. Andre, sensing his mood, spoke gently. "You're quieter than usual, chef." "Just thinking," Emil replied. "About her?" Andre asked, though his tone was more kind than teasing. Emil looked up, unamused yet honest. "Perhaps. I told myself it would end with that letter." "Did it?" Emil smiled faintly. "No, I didn't send it." Andre nodded, saying nothing more. In their friendship, silence was often the truest reply. By midday, the restaurant was full. The soft jazz from the record player mingled with the clatter of silverware, and outside the windows, leaves spiraled in lazy descent. Emil stayed in the kitchen, but every so often he felt the pull to glance toward the door, as if the air itself carried the possibility of her arrival. Then, just as he reached for a bottle of olive oil, the maître d'hôtellerie appeared beside him. "Chef, there's a visitor asking for you." "A lady?" Emil turned, brows raised. "A customer complaint?" Henri shook his head. "No, She asked for you personally, said she won't stay long. Emil wiped his hands, untied his apron, and followed Emery toward the small private dining room. The door stood slightly ajar, light filtering through its beveled glass. Inside, Claudine Moreau waited. She sat alone at the small corner table, her gloves folded neatly beside a porcelain cup of tea. She wasn't dressed for lunch service. No elaborate hat or jewels, just a dark coat and a silk scarf patterned with violets. The simplicity made her even more striking. When she saw him, she rose with a smile that felt both familiar and new. Chef Doré, forgive my intrusion. You're always welcome here, he said, though I didn't expect you today. I was nearby, she explained, glancing toward the window where pale light shimmered through the lace curtains, and the rain stopped. It seemed ungrateful not to visit a place that once offered me shelter. Her tone carried that quiet warmth he remembered, the kind that turns small talk into poetry. May I offer you lunch? He asked, gesturing toward the table. She shook her head. No, thank you. I only wanted a cup of tea and perhaps a moment to speak. He sat opposite her, still standing in that fine line between curiosity and restraint. Then I'm listening. She hesitated, tracing the rim of her cup with one finger. Yesterday, you sent me something I didn't order. The soufflé, he said softly. Yes, it tasted like memory, she said, or perhaps like something one forgets and suddenly recalls. Emil's eyes lowered briefly. I'm glad it pleased you. It did more than that, Claudine said. It reminded me why I came to Paris. He looked up, surprised. You're not Parisian, born in Lyon, she said. My husband, he was an art dealer. We moved here just before the war. He passed away in 41. Emil's expression softened. I'm sorry, it was long ago, she said, though her voice trembled slightly, but I stayed. Paris kept me company, though not kindly at first. For years I thought I had forgotten the taste of joy. He listened quietly, letting her words unfold like slow music. And yet, she continued, yesterday, in your restaurant, I felt something again. A kind of faith, not in food, but in care. You cook as though tenderness were a duty. Emil lowered his gaze. Perhaps it is. Silence followed, gentle, almost sacred. The soft clink of teaspoons from the main dining room was the only sound between them. Then the soft conflict arrived. Lucille entered, hesitant, holding a tray. Chef, pardon. The fish delivery, one crate spoiled. What shall we do for dinner service? Emil rose, grateful for the interruption, but aware of its irony. Handle the fresh ones first, he said. We'll simplify the menu and keep the rest away from the heat. Lucille nodded and left quickly. Claudine watched him, an amused smile touching her lips. Even here, you can't escape the world's imperfections. They season the work, Emil replied. She laughed softly. That's a kind way to see it. When she finished her tea, she stood. I should go. I promised myself I wouldn't overstay. He stepped forward, unsure whether to bow or offer his hand. It was good to see you again. And you, she said. I wondered. He waited. Sensing hesitation, she continued, voice quiet. Do you ever cook just for yourself? He smiled faintly. Never. Well, then perhaps you should try. He wanted to say something, anything, to prolong the moment, but she reached for her gloves. slipped them on, and turned toward the door. The scarf at her neck fluttered lightly, releasing a faint trace of her perfume. At the threshold, she paused. Chef Doré, yes. If ever you find yourself walking near Pont Neuf around sunset, there's a small bookshop near the river. I go there often. They sell nothing rare, but the owner makes fine tea. He inclined his head. I'll remember that. She smiled once more, the kind of smile that promised no expectations, yet carried all possibilities. Then she left, the door closing softly behind her. Emile stood motionless, the room still carrying the warmth of her presence. The teacup she had used left a faint lipstick mark on the rim. He traced it lightly with his thumb before taking the cup to the sink himself, though that was not the chef's duty. Andre found him moments later, still standing by the window. Everything all right, chef? Yes, Emile said quietly. Madame Moreau came for tea. Andre glanced at the untouched station. And left something behind, perhaps. Emile looked at the cup once more, the faint violet scarf still hanging over the chair. Perhaps she did. Outside, the clouds began to gather again, their edges painted gold by the lowering sun. A breeze moved through the open window, fluttering the curtains and carrying the faint scent of jasmine. He felt something stir inside him, an urge to write, to cook, to exist a little more vividly. The unsent letter in the drawer might remain silent, but now there was something else to be said, something wordless, yet urgent. He turned to Andre. Prepare the evening menu. I'm changing the first course. To what, chef? Emile smiled. To something simple, something that forgives silence. Outside, a single drop of rain struck the glass, followed by another. Paris exhaled, the afternoon light dimming into gold, and on the small table where Claudine had sat, her scarf fluttered once before falling still, its violet pattern bright against the linen, like the first hint of spring in a city still learning to love again. By the next morning, the Signorador was whispering again, with the low sounds of preparation, the scrape of knives on boards, the hiss of onions meeting butter, the murmur of coffee being poured into small porcelain cups. The restaurant's rhythm had returned, though something intangible hovered beneath it, like the faint sweetness that lingers after wine. Andre, ever observant, was the first to name it. She was here again, wasn't she? He asked as he chopped herbs. Emile didn't look up. Madame Moreau stopped by for tea. That's all. That's never all, Andre said, smiling. Even the waitstaff felt it. Lucille says she's unlike any woman who's come here. She speaks as if she knows the secret behind the sauces. She has a good palate, Emile replied evenly, though a quiet amusement tugged at his mouth. In truth, he had barely slept the night before. Every sound of the city, the rattle of the tram, the dripping of the drainpipe, the far-off bark of a dog, had woven itself into the same thought. Claudine, her voice, her laughter, the delicate way she had spoken of loneliness, as if it were a guest who had simply stayed too long. He had opened the drawer once during the night and reread the letter, still unsent, his fingers brushing the words until they blurred. It was both comfort and torment. Now, surrounded by the pulse of the kitchen, he forced his attention back to work. Less talk, he said softly. More time. Andre grinned and obeyed. In the dining room, Lucille and Henri were setting the tables for lunch. The sound of polished glass and folded linen drifted faintly through the door. Beyond the walls, the rain had not yet returned, but the air felt thick with its promise. Paris had that particular light grey, waiting, full of what hadn't yet happened. The first delivery of the day arrived. Fresh vegetables from the countryside. The boy who brought them was young, nervous, and clearly awed by the sight of the gleaming copper and white uniforms. He stumbled once on the step, spilling a few carrots across the tiles. Lucille, who happened to walk in at that moment, knelt to help him gather them. "Careful," she said kindly. "The chef's kitchen is no place for clumsy hearts." The boy blushed and stammered an apology. Behind her, Andre chuckled. "You should know, Lucille. Hearts are the one thing this kitchen keeps breaking." Lucille shot him a look, but smiled anyway. "Enough," Emile said, without turning around. But there was no sharpness in his voice, only the weary fondness of a teacher among children. The rhythm resumed. Pots sang. The scent of rosemary and lemon filled the air. For a while, everything seemed as it always was, steady, methodical, alive. Then Henri entered, holding a folded newspaper. "Chef, have you seen this morning's review?" Emile frowned. "No, I make food, not headlines." Henri unfolded the paper and smoothed it over the counter. "You should see the critic from Le Journal de Paris visited yesterday. He wrote of Le Cygne d'Or with unusual poetry." Andre leaned in, eyes wide. "What does it say?" Henri read aloud. "In a city rebuilding its faith in pleasure, one restaurant reminds us that elegance can exist without arrogance. Its chef cooks as though he listens to the rain and answers with warmth. The dishes speak softly, like someone remembering love." The kitchen fell into a hush. Emile said nothing, but a quiet colour rose to his cheeks. "Congratulations, chef," Lucille said gently. "That's beautiful." "It's unnecessary," Emile murmured. The food should speak, not the paper. But inside, he felt something stir, a strange, vulnerable pride. He wondered if Claudine had read it. The soft conflict arrived moments later. The dishwasher, a young man named Marcel, entered hurriedly, eyes wide. "Chef, someone's in the pantry." "What do you mean, someone?" Emile asked. Marcel pointed toward the back hall. "A woman said she wanted to speak with you, but I told her to wait out front. She refused." Andre smirked. "Madame Moreau?" Emile's brow furrowed. "No, she wouldn't come that way." He wiped his hands and strode toward the pantry. The door was half open. Inside, the cool air smelled of herbs and stone. Among the shelves of bottles and jars stood Claudine herself, serene as ever, examining a row of preserved lemons. "Madame Moreau," Emile said, startled but composed. "You have a talent for surprising kitchens." She smiled. "I asked your staff to announce me, but they were all too busy protecting your order." They laughed softly. "And so you invaded my pantry." "I was curious," she said. "I wanted to see where warmth is born." Her eyes roamed the shelves, pausing on a jar of vanilla pods. "You keep everything so perfectly arranged. Even the chaos looks choreographed." "I find comfort in order," he said. "The world beyond the door is less predictable." "Then I suppose this intrusion unsettles you," she said lightly. "On the contrary," he replied. "It makes the world smaller." They stood there, silence stretching between them, like the thin light filtering through the small window. She reached for one of the jars, then stopped. Do you ever grow tired of repetition, Chef? Every day, he admitted, but repetition refines the hand. Without it, there is no mastery, and yet, she said, sometimes mastery leaves no room for wonder. The words lingered in the cool air, heavy and kind. Emil didn't answer right away. He watched her trace the shape of a jar, as if reading its story through glass. Finally he said, "Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I have forgotten to be surprised." She turned toward him, smiling. "Then maybe it's time you let someone else cook for you." He raised an eyebrow. "And who would dare?" "I would," she said simply. He blinked, half amused. "Do you cook, Madame Moreau?" "A little badly, but with sincerity." "That may be the rarest recipe of all," he said. A quiet laugh escaped her. "Then promise me something." "What is it?" "Promise that when you next come to the bookshop I mentioned, you'll let me make you tea." "I can't promise perfection, only sincerity." Emil hesitated, then nodded. "I promise." Their gazes met, steady, tender, alive. In the distance, a church bell marked noon, its tones soft but insistent. The sound seemed to break the spell. Claudine adjusted her scarf and turned toward the door. "I should go before your staff suspects mutiny." "They already do," Emil said, with a small smile. She paused at the threshold. "Then I'll leave them to their gossip," as she stepped into the corridor. Laughter drifted faintly from the kitchen. Someone, likely Andre, was already whispering theories. Emil followed her as far as the door, watching her silhouette dissolve into the bright hallway. When he returned to the kitchen, Andre looked up. Was it her? "Yes," Emil said, reaching for his apron. "And she prefers sincerity to perfection." Andre laughed. "Then Paris is in danger, Chef." "Perhaps," Emil said softly. But the kitchen finally feels alive. Outside, the wind began to rise again, rattling the window panes like fingers against glass. The smell of rain returned, faint but certain. Somewhere in the city, a small bookshop near the Pont Neuf waited, its tea growing cold. That evening, after the last dessert plate was cleared and the hum of conversation faded into the Paris night, the scene door rested beneath the sound of falling rain. It wasn't a wild storm of days past, just a soft, steady drizzle that blurred the lamps along Rue Royale into halos of gold. The kitchen, usually bustling, had quieted into its after-hours rhythm, the faint scrape of knives being cleaned, the slow drip of water from a faucet not quite closed. Emil stayed behind, as he always did, refusing to leave until every surface shone. Yet tonight the silence pressed closer than usual, filled with thoughts he couldn't season away. On one of the counters, a folded violet scarf waited. Claudine's, left behind after her visit to the pantry. He had meant to return it the next day. Now, though, he found himself reluctant to let it go. It carried her faint perfume, jasmine and rain, and with it, the memory of her laughter, echoing between jars of preserves. Andre had gone home hours earlier. Andre and Lucille had locked up the dining room, their footsteps fading toward the street. Emil stood alone under the hanging lamp, its light soft and honey-coloured. He untied his apron, rolled up his sleeves, and placed a fresh cutting board on the counter. He wasn't sure what he meant to do, only that his hands needed to move. That stillness felt impossible. He gathered a few ingredients without thought. Cream, shallots, mushrooms, and a bottle of dry sherry. Then, as if guided by instinct rather than reason, he reached for one final element, a single preserved lemon from the shelf Claudine had touched. He began to cook. The pan hissed when the butter met metal, sending up a puff of fragrance that filled the air with warmth. The sound was gentle, almost conversational. Emil moved slower than usual, letting each motion linger, the turn of his wrist, the tilt of the pan, the rhythm of the spoon against the sauce. Cooking without purpose was rare for him. Every dish he'd ever made had been for someone else, patrons, critics, the ghosts of teachers who still lived in his precision. But this was something different. He thought of Claudine's words. You cook as though tenderness were a duty. Perhaps it was, but tonight tenderness was not duty. It was impulse. He added the sherry, letting it sizzle and reduce, its aroma deep and caramel sweet. Then he squeezed the lemon gently, a few drops falling into the pan. The fragrance changed instantly, brightened, sharpened. It reminded him of her laughter, the kind that cut through grey afternoons like sunlight through glass. He tasted the sauce. It wasn't perfect. It was better. For the first time in years, he smiled while cooking. The soft conflict arrived soon after, as they always did in Emil's life. Not grand, but human. The gaslight flickered, and a soft pop echoed through the pipes. The flame sputtered out, leaving the pan half-simmered. Emil sighed, checked the valve, and realized the line had grown weak again from the rain. He reached for a matchbox, struck a flame, and tried to relight the burner. Nothing. The stubborn hiss of damp gas met silence. For a brief moment, frustration threatened the calm he'd built. The half-finished sauce darkened in the cooling pan, the aroma turning faintly bitter. Patience, he muttered under his breath. Even fire needs patience. He tried again. The second match flared brighter, then caught. A thin blue flame bloomed, steady and small, licking the underside of the copper. The sauce brightened again, regaining its voice. Good, he whispered. We begin again. He stirred with renewed care, coaxing the flavors back to life. The bitterness softened into depth, the kind that came only from mistakes forgiven. When it was done, he plated it simply, a drizzle of sauce over a single slice of roasted mushroom, nothing more. He took a bite, and the taste unfolded slowly, like a memory revealed in layers. The sweetness of the sherry, the salt of the butter, the brightness of the lemon, everything he hadn't said found its place there, balanced and wordless. He wrote the dish's name in his notebook, Sauce Moreau. Then underneath, he added one line in smaller script, for what kindness tastes like. He closed the book gently. The rain outside thickened, whispering against the glass. The clock ticked past midnight. Emil sat at the counter, hands folded, the faint warmth of the stove radiating against his arms. He wondered if she was still awake, reading by lamplight, her scarf forgotten as it now was here. Perhaps she would smile, knowing that something of her had inspired a dish meant for no one else. He thought of the letter still lying in the drawer, a secret meant to be kept. The dish, however, felt different. It was meant to be shared, even if its meaning went unnoticed by everyone but him. He decided then that it would appear on tomorrow's menu, quietly, without fanfare, without her name, but with her essence hidden in every bite. He cleaned his station, washed the pan, and folded his apron with ritual precision. Yet before leaving, he paused once more, beside the violet scarf. The fabric caught the lamplight, delicate and fluid. He lifted it, ran his thumb along the edge, then folded it neatly and placed it inside a drawer near the register. "Tomorrow," he whispered, "you'll return to her." He locked the drawer and turned off the lamp. The kitchen slipped into darkness, but the scent of the new sauce lingered, a mingling of butter, lemon, and the faintest trace of warmth. He stepped outside into the rain. Umbrella unopened, Paris shimmered around him, its reflections rippling in the puddles at his feet. The night was alive in quiet ways, the hiss of distant tires, the whisper of wind through leaves, the sigh of chimneys. Across the street, the bakery's window glowed faintly, golden crumbs still visible on trays. The city smelled of sugar and smoke and rain. Emile walked slowly, not toward home, but toward the bridge, Pont Neuf, where she had said she sometimes waited, where the bookshop's windows glowed through mist. He didn't intend to enter, not tonight, just to see the light she had spoken of. He stopped halfway across the bridge, the Seine moving beneath him like a sheet of silk. The river reflected the lamps, shimmering in long ribbons. Somewhere nearby, a record played faintly, a woman's voice singing an old chanson about finding love after loss. He listened until the final note faded, then turned back toward the restaurant. The rain touched his face, soft as breath. In his pocket, he felt the folded page from his notebook. The ink had smudged slightly where his thumb pressed, but the name remained legible, Sauce Moreau. Tomorrow, he thought, it would find its way to her table. He smiled, the kind of small, private smile reserved for beginnings that must be disguised as ordinary days. Behind him, the bells of St. Augustin rang once, twice, then fell silent, as though blessing what was quietly being born. Morning returned grey and slow, as if the sky itself had overslept. A light fog clung to the rooftops of Paris, softening the edges of chimneys and church spires. In the kitchen of Le Cygne d'Or, Emile stood before the stove, long before the others arrived. The restaurant slept behind him, the dining room dark and empty, chairs still upturned on the tables like folded wings. He had opened every window, despite the chill. The air smelled of rain and possibility. On the counter before him sat a single plate, white and expectant. His notebook lay open beside it, the words Sauce Moreau written in firm, deliberate strokes. He read the note once more, then closed the book. "Let's see if memory holds," he murmured. He began assembling the ingredients with quiet care. Butter, shallots, cream, a hint of sherry, and a thin slice of preserved lemon. Each step felt like reciting a prayer. His movements were measured, not mechanical, slow enough to listen to the hiss, the fragrance, the heartbeat of heat. The sauce simmered gently. The aroma rose, warm and delicate, filling the room with the scent of something both new and familiar. Emile leaned closer, tasting it from the wooden spoon. Perfect balance. Almost, he frowned slightly, as one might upon seeing a face they love under harsh light. Something essential was missing, not in flavor, but in feeling. The sauce had all its notes, yet it lacked her. The faint echo of laughter, the warmth of presence. He shook his head at his own sentimentality. "Absurd," he muttered, adding another drop of sherry. "She's not an ingredient." And yet, the more he stirred, the clearer it became. Cooking was never just chemistry, it was remembrance, an act of translation between heart and hand. The back door creaked open. Andre entered, coat damp, hair tousled. "You're early, chef," he said, rubbing his hands for warmth. "I couldn't sleep." "I noticed," Andre said, sniffing the air. "Is that a new recipe?" Emil nodded. "A test. I'll serve it tonight if it proves worthy." Andre peered into the pan. "It smells like contentment. Then perhaps it will pass," Emil said. The two men worked quietly side by side as the morning light brightened. By the time the rest of the staff arrived, the kitchen had already taken on that special hum, the invisible pulse of creation. Pots clanged, knives struck wood, and steam fogged the windows. Outside, the fog lifted slowly, revealing a pale blue sky. Around noon, the first deliveries arrived. Fresh produce from the market, fish on ice, bread still warm in its cloth wrapping. Emil supervised every crate with his usual precision, but his mind was elsewhere. Each time he turned, he caught sight of the small folded scarf in the drawer by the register. He had placed it there neatly the night before, intending to return it today. He told himself it was a matter of courtesy. He didn't believe himself. At midday, he prepared the test plate. The dish was simple by design. Mushrooms glazed in the new sauce, garnished only with a sprig of parsley. He plated it alone. No audience, no noise. The kitchen smelled of truffles, lemon, and butter, a perfume more intimate than words. He took a small bite. The taste bloomed slowly across his tongue, soft, rounded, alive. It wasn't perfect, but perfection was no longer his pursuit. This was something gentler, sincerity rendered edible. The soft conflict arrived, as it always did, quietly disguised as routine. Andre tasted the dish at his request, spoon in hand, brow furrowed in concentration. "It's good," he said finally, "balanced, elegant." "But," Emil asked. Andre hesitated. "It feels unfinished, as if it's waiting for someone to eat it before it knows what it is." Emil gave a small laugh. "You're becoming poetic, Andre. I work with you too long. Perhaps." He leaned against the counter. "Still, you're right. It's missing its purpose. Maybe food, like letters, is meant for a recipient." Andre frowned. "Letters. Never mind," Emil said softly. The noon bells rang faintly through the fog, echoing off the buildings. Emil stared at the sauce a moment longer, the steam curling upward like breath. Then he spoke again, almost to himself. "I'll send the scarf today." Andre nodded. "A delivery from the heart, eh?" "From the lost and found," Emil corrected. He wrapped the scarf carefully in brown paper and tied it with string. Inside, he tucked a small card. No name, no message, only 2 words written in his precise script: "For warmth returned." He gave it to Henry later that afternoon. "Deliver this to Madame Moreau, at the address she left with her reservation card." Henri hesitated. "Do you want a signature, chef?" "No," Emil said. "Just leave it." He watched Henri disappear into the street, the package tucked under his arm. A strange quietness followed, neither regret nor relief, just the sense of having let something free. As evening approached, the restaurant filled again. The lights glowed golden. The scent of roasted herbs filled the air. Claudine did not appear, though Emil hadn't expected her to. Still, he placed sauce Moreau on the evening's menu under a modest title, Crème du Soir. When the first order arrived, he prepared it slowly, with hands steady but heart unguarded. Each movement felt like conversation. He didn't look up when the plate left his station, nor when the waiter carried it to table 3. He simply stood still, listening to the faint hum of the dining room beyond the door, the murmur of conversation, the soft chime of silver against porcelain, the rain's quiet rhythm against the window. He turned off one burner and reached for his notebook. On a clean page he wrote, "If sincerity can be tasted, it must taste like forgiveness." He closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. The dinner rush began, but time felt slower now, as though each dish moved through the room on a softer current. Emil's kitchen was no longer just a place of labour. It was a place of quiet prayer. Toward the end of service, Henri returned, raincoat damp, cheeks flushed from the wind. "Package delivered, chef," he said. "Left it with the shopkeeper at Pont Neuf. He said she'd likely come by before dusk." Emile nodded, expression unreadable. "Thank you. Anything else?" "Yes," he said after a pause. "Send a bottle of tea leaves to the same shop. The good kind, the Darjeeling." Henri raised an eyebrow. "A new supplier, chef?" "A new promise," Emile murmured. The night deepened. The last guests lingered over coffee. The rain began again, softly, as though the city were exhaling in relief. In the kitchen, Emile cleaned his station. His reflection shimmered faintly in the copper pans, tired, calm, and alive. For the first time in years, he didn't dread the quiet that followed closing time. He welcomed it. He stepped out into the alley, coat collar up, and looked toward the direction of the river. The lights along the bridge were blurred by rain, but he could see the faint glow of the bookshop window, steady against the night. He smiled. "Tomorrow," he said softly, "perhaps tomorrow." The wind caught his words, carrying them away like steam rising from a finished dish. By the time dusk descended on Paris, the Signe d'Or glowed like an amber lantern against the rain. Its windows shimmered with reflections of passing umbrellas, and the street outside rippled with puddles that caught fragments of gaslight. Inside, the air was velvet thick with warmth, butter, rosemary, and roasted wine mingling beneath soft jazz playing from the old gramophone. Emile through his kitchen with the same measured grace that had made him a legend among his staff. Yet tonight, his steps carried a different weight, not heaviness, but anticipation. He had added crème du soir to the dinner menu, without explanation, and already the waiters had carried out 3 plates. Each time, Emile caught himself glancing through the narrow glass window of the door, waiting for a familiar silhouette that never came. André noticed. "You keep looking for her," he said, slicing bread with exaggerated precision. Emile didn't answer. He only stirred the sauce again, slower than necessary. "The recipe improves with attention, or with distraction," André replied, smiling. The dinner rush began in earnest. Voices rose in pleasant hum. Laughter rippled beneath the ceiling's glow, and the faint sound of rain pressed rhythmically against the glass. The restaurant seemed to breathe inhale with arrival, exhale with departure. At 7:30, Henri entered the kitchen, a folded reservation card in hand. "Chef, a table for 1. Late edition. Name?" Emile asked, without looking up. Henri hesitated, then smiled faintly. "Madame Moreau." The air seemed to shift. Even the simmering sauce grew quiet. As if listening, Emile's hand froze on the ladle. He recovered quickly, though his voice carried a subtle tremor. "Seat her by the window," She requested that, actually, Henri said. And tea instead of wine. Of course, Emile murmured. When the door swung shut again, Andre leaned close. She's come back. Yes, Emile said, eyes on the stove. For tea, not for me. But the warmth in his voice betrayed him. Outside the kitchen, Claudine sat by the window, her violet scarf now resting loosely around her shoulders. The bookshop parcel, brown paper still damp from rain, lay beside her chair. She had untied it carefully before arriving. Inside she'd found her forgotten scarf, folded with delicate precision, and the small card with those 3 words, "For warmth returned." She hadn't expected a message, much less a memory wrapped inside one. It had drawn her here, as if the rain itself had whispered the invitation. She looked toward the kitchen door. Through the glass, she saw Emile, for an instant, focused, graceful, entirely unaware that his quiet artistry had become her solace. In the kitchen, he worked silently. He prepared her meal with the calm of ritual, pike with the sauce moreau, now perfected through repetition and restraint. Each movement felt heavier, not from fatigue, but from meaning. When the plate was ready, he inspected it once more before handing it to the waiter. "Handle this one gently," he said softly. As the door closed behind the waiter, Emile turned away. He didn't want to see her first reaction. Instead, he cleaned his counter, listening for the echo of her fork against porcelain. Through the door, faint sounds drifted in. The soft murmur of her voice thanking the waiter, the quiet sigh that followed the first taste. It was enough. He could imagine her expression, the way her eyes might soften at the brightness of the sauce, the warmth spreading like memory through each bite. Andre watched him. "You could go out there," he said. "And say what?" "Nothing," Andre replied. "Sometimes presence is enough." Emile smiled faintly. "You've learned too much philosophy from chopping vegetables." They shared a quiet laugh. The moment felt small, but necessary, a reminder that life, like cuisine, required pauses between the richer notes. The soft conflict arrived without warning. Lucille entered, breathless. "Chef, table 3's candle went out again. We can't relight it. The wick's damp." Emile hesitated. "Use a fresh one." "There are none left in the front," she said. "Only the reserve box in the pantry." He sighed, setting down his towel. "I'll handle it." He crossed the dining room, quietly, barely noticeable among the guests. The murmured conversations faded as he passed, replaced by the soft patter of rain against the windows. When he reached table 3, Claudine looked up. He hadn't meant to approach her table first, but there she was, seated beside the darkened candle, her eyes catching the light from the chandelier above. "Good evening, Chef de Ray," she said softly. "I hope I'm not distracting your perfection." "You improve it," he replied before thinking. Her smile deepened. "Then you've learned to let imperfection breathe." He glanced at the candle. "May I?" "Please." He struck a match. The flame flared, casting amber light across her features. The scarf's colour shifted in the glow, violet becoming dusk, silver threads glinting like the Seine under moonlight. "There," he said, voice low. "It listens again." She studied him for a long moment. "I received your parcel." He nodded. It seemed the proper ending, or perhaps the proper beginning, she said. He met her gaze. "You read poetry, Madame Moreau." "Only when I'm living it," she replied, lifting her cup of tea. The steam rose between them, carrying the faint scent of jasmine and warmth. He wanted to stay, to linger in the quiet glow between them, but duty pulled him back toward the kitchen. He inclined his head. "Enjoy your meal. I already am," she said, and her eyes followed him until the door closed. Back in the kitchen, Andre grinned. "You're burning slower than the roast, chef." "Then the roast will be tender," Emil said, though his tone was distant, contemplative. The evening pressed on. Plates came and went. The hum of conversation swelled. Laughter drifted through the dining room. Yet for Emil, every sound seemed to orbit a single heartbeat. The knowledge that she was still there, that his creation had reached her, not as food, but as feeling. By the time her table was cleared, Claudine remained seated, sipping the last of her tea. She looked peaceful, her posture relaxed, her gaze turned toward the rain streaking the window. When she rose to leave, she paused at the counter where the maître stood. She placed a folded napkin on the marble surface. "For Chef Doré," she said quietly, and slipped into the night. When Henri brought the napkin to the kitchen, it was still faintly warm from her touch. Inside, written in fine blue ink, were 3 words: "Truth tastes simple." Emil read them twice before folding the napkin carefully and slipping it into his pocket beside his unsent letter. Outside, the rain continued, soft, forgiving, infinite. He looked toward the door, where she had stood moments earlier, and said, barely above a whisper, "Tomorrow perhaps tea." The copper pans reflected his smile, soft and uncertain. The fire hummed in agreement, and somewhere beyond the fogged glass, Claudine walked home under her umbrella, the city's lights following her like scattered embers. The next morning arrived, gentle and grey, the kind of Parisian dawn that blurred sound and light together into something hushed. The rain had stopped during the night, leaving the city slick and fragrant. The pavements glowed as if varnished, and the sky above Le Signador stretched pale and tender as linen. Inside the restaurant, the staff moved with quiet energy, their voices lower than usual, as if instinctively matching the calm. The echoes of the previous evening still lingered, the rhythm of service, the hum of conversation, and above all, the unspoken warmth that had spread through the kitchen after Claudine's visit. Emil entered just after 6. Coat collar turned up, hat in hand. He looked rested, but inwardly thoughtful. The napkin she had left, the one bearing the words "Truth tastes simple," was folded neatly inside his jacket pocket, the ink pressed faintly against the lining from being held too close. He hadn't meant to keep it there all night, yet he couldn't bring himself to put it away. Andre was already arranging the fresh produce at the counter. "Morning, chef," he said, eyeing him with amusement. "You're glowing again. Either love or lemon juice." Emil smirked. "Perhaps both. Each sharpens the other." They fell into their routine, the kind that required little speech. Pots clinked, water hissed, and the first scent of simmering broth filled the air. Through the window, the city stirred slowly, the clatter of carriages, the call of vendors, the faint whistle of a train somewhere beyond the river. At 7:30, Henri entered with a letter in hand, the seal slightly damp from the morning air. "Chef," he said, "a note for you. It was delivered by a boy from the Pont-Neuf bookshop." Emile took it, his fingers unsteady. The envelope was cream-coloured, the handwriting elegant and familiar. Inside was a single card, the kind used for short messages. "I received the scarf and the tea. Thank you. You were right, sincerity is better than perfection. He read it twice, his breath catching at the simplicity. It wasn't a declaration, but it was something more honest. Recognition. Andre, noticing his expression, asked, "Good news?" "Yes," Emil said softly. Tea was well received. The rest of the morning passed in smooth rhythm. By noon, the kitchen was in full song, yet beneath the routine, Emil's thoughts wandered. He found himself humming softly, a habit he'd forgotten he possessed. The melody, faint and wordless, followed him from counter to stove, as if joy needed somewhere to rest. The first lunch guests began to arrive. Henri, ever the diplomat, ushered them to their tables. Lucille floated between them with her practiced grace, her hands steady, her voice soft. Everything unfolded perfectly, until a sudden shout from the hallway broke the calm. Chef called Marcel, the dishwasher, breathless. The supply cart stuck at the service gate, the wheels jammed. Emil sighed, wiping his hands. "Show me." They stepped out into the narrow passage behind the restaurant, where the delivery cart tilted awkwardly against the cobblestones. Rain from the night before had left the ground slick, turning the wheels' groove to mud. And there, standing beside the driver, holding the opposite handle, was Claudine Moreau. She looked up, cheeks flushed, eyes bright with both amusement and embarrassment. "Good morning, chef. I appear to be in the way." For a moment, he could only stare. "You?" The driver was struggling, she said. I offered to help. It seemed cruel to let him fight alone. Emile blinked, then stepped forward, grasping the handle. "Paris will soon gossip that my truffles arrive by angelic assistance." She laughed, the sound melting, the chill of the alley. "And would that be so terrible?" "Terribly distracting," he said, and together they lifted the cart free of the rut. The wheel turned with a squeak, freeing itself from the mud. "There," she said, brushing her gloved hands together. "Saved by teamwork, or chance," he murmured. They stood facing one another, both catching their breath. The sunlight, muted through the lingering mist, caught in her hair, giving it a soft gleam. "I was on my way to the bookshop," she said. "I thought I'd stop by to thank you properly." "You already have," he said quietly. She tilted her head. "Then perhaps I'll thank you again, over dinner, one day." He looked at her, uncertain whether she meant it, or only teased. But before he could answer, Henri called from the doorway, "Chef, the guests are waiting." Emile turned toward him, then back to her. "Duty calls," he said. "And sincerity waits," she replied, smiling. "I won't keep you." She left with a graceful nod, her umbrella blooming open like a flower as she stepped into the street. The rain had begun again, light, persistent, fragrant, with the scent of earth. He stood watching until the curve of her umbrella disappeared among the crowd. Only then did he return to his station, where the kitchen's heat enveloped him like an embrace. The soft conflict found him later, as they always did, during the rhythm of work. A waiter rushed in, pale and nervous. "Chef, a guest at table 4 sent back a dish. Said it was too sentimental." "Sentimental," Emil repeated. "Yes, chef, that was the word." He walked to the pass window, looked out into the dining room. An older gentleman sat alone, stiff-backed, untouched plate before him. Emil nodded. "Bring it here." He examined the dish. A serving of crème du soir, its sauce slightly thickened from sitting too long. He took a small taste. The flavour was fine, balanced, gentle, sentimental perhaps, only if one had forgotten tenderness. He adjusted the seasoning. Thinner now, lighter. Return this, he said quietly. Tell him some things taste better the second time. The waiter nodded and left. When he returned minutes later, he whispered, "He finished it all, chef. Said it was perfect." Emil smiled faintly. Then perhaps sentiment can be refined. Later that afternoon, Henry approached, carrying a folded note. "From the same table, chef." Emil opened it. The handwriting was shaky, old-fashioned. The dish was not too soft. I was. He folded the note, placing it beside Claudine's card in his pocket. Evening crept in, with pale rain and distant bells. The city was still damp, its light muted and forgiving. As the last guests departed, the kitchen slowed to silence. Andre leaned against the counter. "Strange thing," he said. "Food can change people, but sometimes people change the food first." Emil nodded, thinking of Claudine's laughter in the alley, the softness in the gentleman's letter, the phrase that refused to leave his mind. Truth tastes simple. He extinguished the lamps one by one. "Yes," he said softly, "and sometimes flavour is just the echo of kindness." Outside, rain fell steady once more, tapping gently against the glass. In the street beyond, a single light glowed from the direction of Pont Neuf, the bookshop window, waiting, steady and warm. He turned off the last flame, loosened his apron, and whispered to no one in particular, "Tomorrow." The word lingered, soft as the scent of lemon and butter in the quiet kitchen. By late afternoon, the rain thinned to a silver mist. The cobblestones of the Pont Neuf gleamed like polished glass, and the air smelled of damp leaves and roasted chestnuts from a nearby cart. Emil walked slowly, coat buttoned, scarf loose, carrying a small wrapped package under his arm. He hadn't planned the visit, at least not aloud, but his feet had taken the familiar path as if guided by the scent of tea and memory. The bookshop appeared through the mist, like something half-dreamt. Its windows were fogged, the display filled with aging novels and delicate stationery. A small brass bell hung above the door, tarnished from years of use. He paused before entering, catching sight of his reflection in the glass, a chef's coat beneath a worn overcoat, eyes softer than they had been in years. Inside, the air was warm and faintly perfumed with paper, bergamot, and the faint trace of jasmine. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed tight with volumes of poetry, travelogues, and old cookbooks. Behind the counter stood an elderly bookseller, thin, silver-haired, with spectacles that caught the lamplight. He looked up and smiled knowingly. "Ah," the man said, "you must be Monsieur Duret." Emil blinked. "I am. How did you—" The bookseller gestured toward a corner near the window, where a small tea service waited beside an open book. "She mentioned you might come." Emil followed his gaze, heartbeat quickening. Claudine sat in the window alcove, her violet scarf draped loosely across her lap. The light from the street cast a gentle halo around her, blending gold and grey in equal measure. She looked up as he approached, eyes bright with quiet welcome. "You found the place," she said softly. "You left a clear map," he replied. She smiled, closing the book she'd been reading. Something by Colette, the kind of prose that insists life should taste more than it explains. "Then we're both guilty of that," he said. He handed her the wrapped package. She opened it carefully, revealing a small jar of sauce Moreau, the perfected version, sealed and labelled in his careful script. "For you," he said. "I thought perhaps sincerity should have a vessel." She laughed softly, touched. "Then this may be the finest gift I've ever received." "It's only a sauce." "No," she said, eyes holding his. "It's a memory preserved." The bookseller approached quietly, with 2 steaming cups of tea. "As requested, madam," he said, "Darjeeling for both." "Thank you, Etienne," she said warmly. When he left them, the shop returned to its stillness, the kind that makes conversation feel like music. Outside, the rain traced patterns on the glass, and the city blurred to watercolor. Emile stirred his tea, watching the steam rise. "Your note reached me this morning," he said. "I'm glad you enjoyed the tea." "It reminded me of Lion," she said, "of home before it was memory, and the scarf." She smiled faintly. "It's warmer than before." They drank quietly, the sound of turning pages filling the space between them. Then the soft conflict arrived, subtle but deep, the kind that doesn't disturb the surface but shifts the depth beneath. Claudine's expression changed, not with sorrow, but with careful restraint. "Emile," she said, his name soft on her tongue. "May I ask something?" "Of course." "Why do you cook?" He considered. "Because I must." "That's not an answer," she said gently. He looked down at his hands, the small burns and calluses marking years of devotion. "When I was a boy, my mother used to bake bread each morning before dawn. I'd wake to the smell and think if love had a temperature, it would be that warmth. When she died, I started cooking to keep the warmth alive. At first it was survival. Later it became language." Claudine listened without interruption, her gaze steady. He continued, more softly now, but somewhere along the way, the language became mechanical, precise. "I forgot the accent of affection until," he stopped, the rest implied in silence. "Until you remembered," she said. He nodded. She reached across the small table, her gloved hand hovering above his. "You speak with your hands, even when you're silent," she said. He smiled faintly. "And you read with your eyes even when you look away." They both laughed quietly, the tension dissolving like sugar in tea. The bookseller coughed discreetly from the counter, reminding them that Paris still existed around them. They thanked him with smiles, and he pretended not to see. Time passed gently. They spoke of small things, the weather, the city's changing mood, the taste of simple meals that linger longer than grand feasts. Each topic circled the same quiet truth, that both had lived long enough to understand that connection hides in the ordinary. When the last of the tea was gone, Claudine set down her cup. "You know, Chef Dure, you never actually tasted my tea." He looked at the empty pot. "Then we've made a terrible oversight." "Next time," she said. "Next time," he repeated. The rain outside had stopped entirely. A pale light returned to the sky, reflected in the puddles along the street. Claudine rose, wrapping the scarf around her neck. "I should go. The city looks different after rain. Softer, somehow." He stood as well. "Will you come again?" She tilted her head. "Do you wish me to?" "I do." "Then yes." They lingered at the door. The bookseller gave them a polite nod, the faintest smile of one who had seen such stories unfold before. Claudine stepped out first, the bell chiming softly overhead. The air outside carried that crispness that follows rain, a promise rather than a chill. Emil followed to the threshold, watching as she paused beneath her umbrella. "Good night, chef," she said. "Good night, Madame Moreau." "Claudine," she corrected gently. He repeated it, almost reverently. "Good night, Claudine." She smiled, then turned toward the bridge. The Seine shimmered below, catching the reflection of the city lights like strands of gold. Emil remained by the doorway, watching until her figure faded into the silver fog. Inside, the bookshop felt suddenly larger, filled with the ghost of shared warmth. He turned back to the counter, where their cups still steamed faintly. "Etienne," he said, "do you believe in recipes for happiness?" The bookseller chuckled. "Only the ones we forget to write down." Emil smiled. "Then perhaps I've just begun one." He left a coin on the counter and stepped into the street. The city greeted him with its quiet glow. The rain-smoothed air thick with the scent of wet stone and new beginnings. The wind carried faint traces of jasmine, her perfume lingering in the evening. He whispered to the river, "Next time," and the water answered in ripples. 2 days passed, and Paris seemed to shift from grey to gold. The air grew colder, but the sunlight, when it appeared, carried a softer warmth, like memory distilled. The Signe d'Or reflected that change, its windows clear again, its copper pots gleaming, its kitchen humming with quiet steadiness. Emil worked without rush. Since the evening at the bookshop, his gestures had gained a new calm, a precision touched by grace. The staff noticed the difference immediately. Even André, the most irreverent of them, moved more carefully, as though catching the rhythm of a slower song. Lucille leaned toward him at the prep counter. "The chef smiles now," she whispered. André smirked. Careful, he might start singing next. But Emil didn't hear. He was at his station, writing in his small notebook, the one reserved for ideas not yet named. On the open page lay a single phrase: "Dinner should feel like a letter opened by candlelight." He stared at it for a while, before turning the page. His pencil moved again. A private menu for one guest only. Before he could second-guess the impulse, Henri entered with the mail. "A note for you, chef," he said. Hand-delivered from the bookshop. Emil took it, recognizing the handwriting instantly. Claudine's letters were never ornate, but each stroke carried elegance. "Chef Doré, your sauce has made enemies of all others. Will you allow me to return the favor? Tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock, the bookshop will serve dinner for 2. It was signed simply, Claudine. He read it twice, the corners of his mouth lifting with disbelief and warmth. "She means to cook," he murmured. André, who had been wiping down the counter, looked up. "Did I hear right? The lady's inviting you." "Yes," Emil said softly. "To eat." "To eat," Emil confirmed, smiling, "and to risk comparison." André chuckled. Then God save Paris from her seasoning. The day unfolded in a pleasant haze. Between orders, Emil found himself distracted by trivial things. The sound of a spoon against porcelain, the way steam curled from the pot, the scent of roasted garlic. Everything reminded him of her, her laughter among jars, her voice shaped by rain. That evening, when the last guest left and the lights dimmed, he remained at his station, cleaning longer than necessary. His reflection in the copper pans looked younger, or perhaps just lighter. At last he set down his towel and said quietly, tomorrow. The next day came grey, but promising. The kind of weather that made every cafe window glow brighter. Emil arrived early, though his kitchen needed little attention. The menu for the evening had been prepared the night before, the deliveries confirmed, the staff briefed. For once he allowed himself to leave before sundown. When he reached Pont Neuf, the sky was already tinted violet. The bookshop window glowed like a hearth, condensation fogging the glass. Through it, he could see movement, two-place settings on the small table where they had shared tea, and a single candle flickering uncertainly. He paused outside, smoothing his coat. His heart, normally steady as a metronome, now kept time with the wind. The bell chimed softly as he entered. Claudine stood behind the counter, wearing a simple black dress with sleeves rolled to her elbows. Her hair was pinned loosely, a few strands catching the lamplight. She smiled as she saw him. "You came. You invited me," he said, removing his hat. A chef never refuses an experiment. She laughed lightly. "Then you'll be my bravest critic." The bookseller, Etienne, appeared from the back room carrying a tray. "Madame Moreau has commandeered my stove," he said with mock indignation. "She's promised not to burn the place down." "I'll help her keep that promise," Emil replied. But she shook her head. "Tonight you are forbidden from touching a pan. Sit, Chef Doreth. Let me feed you." He obeyed, a little uncertain, but charmed by her confidence. The table was set with simple elegance, mismatched porcelain, a linen napkin embroidered with violets, and a small vase holding a single camellia. She served the first course herself, soup, pale and fragrant, garnished with a few thyme leaves. "Potage à la patience," she announced, made slowly and with several minor disasters. He smiled, tasting it. The flavor was imperfect, slightly too salted, a touch too thick, but it carried warmth that no refinement could replicate. "It's honest," he said, "and kind." Kindness was the goal, she said. The soft conflict arrived with the second course. Claudine lifted the lid from a small casserole and froze. Oh no, a faint smell of char drifted upward. Emil rose. "Let me—" "No," she said, laughing. "You'll make it worse by fixing it. Sit." He hesitated, but obeyed. She spooned the contents carefully onto two plates, roasted vegetables slightly singed at the edges. The sight made her blush, but Orino said nothing. He tasted a piece of carrot, crisp and smoky. "You've discovered something new," he said sincerely. "Flavor through accident." She looked at him, half amused, half grateful. "You're far too generous." "No," he said softly. "You're far too brave." The tension dissolved in laughter, the kind that unknots the air. They ate slowly, sipping tea instead of wine, speaking about everything except food. She told him about her late husband's art gallery, about the years after the war, when colour had felt like betrayal, and how she'd learned to find beauty again in small things. Lamplight on wet streets, the scent of citrus peel, the sound of rain on bookshelves. "And you," she asked, "what did you find after the noise?" "Silence," he said. Then, eventually, flavour. She smiled. "You turned grief into butter, and you turned memory into tea." The bookseller pretended not to hear them, humming softly as he rearranged a shelf. When the last dish was cleared, Claudine brought a small dessert, an apple tart, unevenly cut, the crust golden but imperfect. For forgiveness, she said. He took a bite. It's wonderful. You'd say that even if it weren't. Yes, he said simply. Because you made it. She laughed again, softly. Then my culinary career has begun, or mine has ended, he said, smiling. They lingered at the table, candlelight trembling between them. The shop was silent, except for the faint tick of a clock. At last Claudine spoke. Chef Duret, Emile, I have one request. Yes, when you next cook something new, let it be for yourself first. He met her gaze, understanding more than her words carried. And if I fail, then I'll make tea, she said. Outside, rain began again, thin and rhythmic. She stood, crossed to the door, and looked out at the street. He joined her, both watching as the lamplight blurred into gold halos through the drizzle. She turned slightly toward him. Do you know what I envy most about your kitchen? What? That it always smells like tomorrow. He smiled, moved by the simplicity of it. Then perhaps I'll keep the windows open more often. They stood there, two silhouettes framed by rain and light. The candle on their table flickered once, then steadied, its flame small but sure. Outside, the sound of church bells floated faintly through the mist, announcing an hour that neither counted. When they finally parted, Claudine said only, "Until Sunday, tea at 3. He nodded, and dessert at 5. Her laughter followed him into the night, warm and unhurried. He walked back across the bridge, the package of empty jars in hand, the scent of apples and jasmine lingering in his coat. Paris glowed behind him like a story still being written. Sunday arrived with the faint shimmer of early frost. The air outside was crisp and thin, laced with wood smoke from the bakeries and the faraway hum of church bells. The Seine moved lazily beneath its bridges, reflecting the first pale light of morning. Inside the Seine door, the kitchen was uncharacteristically still. Emile had given his staff the morning off, claiming maintenance, though everyone suspected another motive, one stitched gently between tea and promise. He stood by the window, coat half buttoned, scarf in hand. The city seemed to move slower on Sundays, as if every sound were wrapped in velvet. He checked the clock, 10 minutes to 3. The scent of the restaurant lingered on his hands, no matter how many times he washed them. Thyme, smoke, lemon. He smiled softly. Some things refused to leave, and that was comfort enough. Before leaving, he opened his notebook once more. On the clean page, he wrote, "A meal shared outside the kitchen, a flavour born of conversation, not fire." He closed it carefully, tucked it into his coat, and stepped out. The streets near Pont Neuf glistened from last night's rain. A faint wind stirred fallen leaves along the pavement, their motions slow and rhythmic. The bookshop's sign came into view, swinging gently on its chain. Through the glass, he saw Claudine already there, seated by the window, pouring tea into 2 cups. She looked up when he entered, smiling with quiet familiarity. "You're punctual," she said. "I had an appointment with sincerity," he replied. The bell above the door chimed softly as it closed behind him. The warmth of the shop wrapped around him instantly, the smell of tea leaves, old paper, and polished wood. The bookseller, Etienne, gave a polite nod from behind the counter before disappearing into the back room with a knowing smile. Claudine gestured toward the chair across from her. "Sit, Chef Doré, or should I say Emile? Whichever suits the tea best," he said, taking his seat. The table between them was simple. 2 porcelain cups, a small plate of sugar cubes, and a basket of brioche wrapped in linen. Sunlight filtered through the fogged glass, casting soft halos around everything it touched. He lifted his cup. Darjeeling again? Of course, she said. It's become our ritual. Then we're already predictable. Comfortable, she corrected. They sipped in silence for a moment, each finding warmth in the shared quiet. The city outside was muted. Even the footsteps on the pavement seemed reluctant to disturb the calm. Claudine reached for the brioche, broke off a small piece, and placed it on his plate. You work too much, she said. I live in the kitchen, he admitted. That isn't living, Emile. That's hiding with seasoning. He smiled, conceding the truth. Then you must be my rebellion. She laughed softly. Perhaps just your pause. They spoke easily after that, the way people do when formality has long since evaporated. She told him about her morning walks, how she stopped at the flower stall near Rue Dauphine each week to buy 1 white camellia, never 2. A single bloom, she said, is an invitation to notice. He nodded thoughtfully. That's what cooking should be, an invitation to notice. The soft conflict arrived with a letter. Etienne returned from the back carrying a small envelope. For you, madame, he said, handing it to Claudine. She frowned. Strange. I wasn't expecting anything. She opened it slowly. Inside was a single sheet of stationery, its edges neatly torn, the handwriting unfamiliar but elegant. Emile caught a glimpse of the words upside down. To Madame Moreau, regarding your late husband's collection. Her expression shifted, subtle but enough. She folded the letter quickly and set it aside. Bad news? He asked gently. No, she said, just unfinished business. He could see the shadow of old pain flicker across her features. For a moment, he considered asking, but she met his gaze and smiled faintly. Some stories aren't ready to be told aloud. Then they can wait, he said. She nodded, gratitude soft in her eyes. You understand waiting better than most, he chuckled quietly. Chefs do little else. The heaviness passed, replaced again by the steady rhythm of conversation. They spoke of lighter things, the sound of rain on copper roofs, the first frost on bakery windows, the way Parisians could make melancholy feel elegant. At one point she leaned forward, eyes glinting. Tell me, Emile, do you believe the heart can taste? He considered. Only when the tongue remembers. Then you remember much, she said. He didn't deny it. The tea cooled slowly. The light shifted toward amber. As the afternoon deepened, Claudine refilled both cups, her movements unhurried, deliberate. You know, she said, you've brought something unusual into my life. He raised an eyebrow. Disruption, comfort, she replied. The kind that doesn't ask to be explained. He was quiet a moment, then said, comfort, like flavor, fades without care. You must tend to it. Then stay, she said simply. The word lingered in the air, tender and brave. He met her gaze, saw no expectation, only truth. He could have answered yes or no, but instead, he reached for the sugar cube bowl, dropped one into her cup, and said for sweetness. She smiled, understanding that silence was sometimes the most eloquent reply. The hours folded around them, unnoticed. Etienne returned once, to check the lamps, then disappeared again. Outside, the street darkened, the lamps flickering to life one by one. When they finally rose to leave, Claudine wrapped her scarf violet as dusk around her neck. She reached for her gloves, paused, then looked at him. "Walk with me?" "Always," he said. They stepped out into the cold. The air smelled of smoke and cinnamon, the kind of scent that belongs to late autumn. Their footsteps echoed lightly on the cobblestones. For once, Emile felt no urge to fill the quiet. The city's rhythm was enough. They crossed the bridge slowly, the river below reflecting the golden lamps like threads of molten glass. Claudine stopped midway, leaning against the railing. "Do you ever tire of Paris?" she asked. "Never," he said. "It feeds those who listen." "Then we're alike." He looked at her profile, strong, luminous, softened by the lamplight. "I've never met someone who listens as you do." She turned toward him, the faintest smile playing on her lips. "Then listen carefully, chef." He did. She stepped closer, close enough that her perfume jasmine and rain became part of the air he breathed. "Next Sunday," she whispered, "bring nothing but an appetite." He nodded slowly, unable to find words. She smiled, satisfied. "Good. Then the menu is settled." A breeze lifted her scarf, brushed his cheek like a fleeting promise. The church bells struck 5, echoing through the damp air. They began walking again, side by side, neither speaking. At the end of the bridge, she turned toward him. "Good night, Emile." "Until Sunday," he said. She disappeared into the crowd, violet and silver against the fading light. He stood watching until her figure melted into the city's shimmer. Then he turned back toward the water, its surface rippling softly beneath the street lamps. He whispered, as though to the river itself, "Until Sunday." And the Seine, quiet and endless, carried the words away. Sunday returned, wrapped in silver fog, the kind that makes Paris look like it's dreaming. The air carried the faint chill of early November, a whisper of the winter to come. The bells of Saint-Germain tolled faintly in the distance, their echo weaving through the damp air like a lullaby. Inside Les Signes d'Or, the kitchen was quieter than usual. The staff had been dismissed after the morning preparations, leaving Avalon among the gleam of polished copper and the scent of rising dough. On the counter rested 2 baskets, one filled with warm bread, the other with a small collection of ingredients he had chosen with meticulous tenderness: truffle, pear, cream, a bottle of white wine. He checked his watch. Nearly 3. Claudine's voice echoed in his memory. Bring nothing but an appetite. Yet he couldn't arrive empty-handed. To a chef, arriving without offering felt like arriving without language, so he decided on a compromise. Simple gifts, modest, sincere. He packed the bread and the wine, wrapped the truffles in linen, and stepped out into the grey afternoon. The fog was low, veiling the rooftops. The Seine glimmered faintly through the haze, a ribbon of pale silver. As he crossed Pont Neuf, he felt that strange peace that comes when purpose and anticipation walk in step. The bookshop came into view at the far end of the bridge, its windows glowing softly. Above the door, the familiar brass bell waited, ready to announce something small but significant. Inside, the warmth embraced him instantly. The scent of old paper mingled with the faint aroma of vanilla and smoke. Claudine stood by the back shelves, sleeves rolled up, arranging a small table set for 2. Her scarf hung on a nearby chair. and a pot of tea steamed gently beside a dish of sliced pears. She looked up as he entered.
You brought something, didn't you?
He smiled. Guilty. Bread and wine. Old habits. I should have known, she said, laughter in her tone. A chef can't walk without his kitchen following. He set the basket down. You said to bring nothing but an appetite. And did you? I did, he replied. It's simply wrapped in linen. She laughed again, softer this time. Then unwrap it. The table is waiting. The table was small but elegant, dressed in a white cloth embroidered with violets. 2 candles burned low in crystal holders, their flames steady and golden. A bouquet of camellias rested between them, their scent faint and pure. He noticed the details, her care in arranging each plate, the slight imperfection of one candle leaning toward the other, the warmth that filled the space. This wasn't a restaurant, it was a heart disguised as a meal. They sat opposite each other, the steam from the tea curling between them. She poured carefully, her movements unhurried, precise in their grace. I thought today, she said, we might share a meal that doesn't need a menu. He tilted his head. Then what does it need? Presents, she said simply. They began with tea and pears, drizzled in honey. The flavors were quiet, nothing to impress, only to soothe. He watched her take each bite with intention, her expression soft, content. For once, he wasn't the one observing the perfection of the plate. He was the guest in someone else's creation, and that made every flavor new. When she refilled his cup, she said, "You've spent your life feeding others, haven't you?" "Yes," he said. "And yet, it's taken this long to taste something truly shared." "That's what I hoped," she said, smiling, "that you might let yourself be fed." He looked at her a long moment. "And what of you? Who feeds the one who listens?" She thought for a moment. Words, perhaps, or silence. Both can be meals when offered kindly. The soft conflict came gently, wrapped in domestic simplicity. Claudine rose to fetch the wine glasses, but misjudged the reach. One slipped from her hand, fell, and shattered against the tiled floor. The sound cracked through the calm, startling in its sharpness. She froze, eyes wide, fragments glinting at her feet. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. Emil stood, already moving to her side. "It's nothing." She knelt, reaching for a shard, but he stopped her, his hand over hers. "You'll cut yourself." For a brief moment, their hands remained still, the space between them filled with unspoken gentleness. "I've broken enough things in my life," she said quietly. "Then this one will count as mine," he replied. He swept the shards carefully into his handkerchief, then looked up at her. Her eyes shimmered, though with what emotion he couldn't tell. Grief perhaps, or gratitude disguised as apology. When he returned to his seat, she poured new tea, her fingers trembling slightly. "I suppose even serenity requires practice." "Everything does," he said, "even happiness." They shared a small laugh, fragile but real. After the interruption, something shifted, subtle, deeper. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was full of understanding, like the pause before music continues. She reached for the bread he'd brought, tore it gently, and offered him half. "To mended things," she said. He accepted it, their fingers brushing briefly. "To gentle hands," he replied. They ate quietly, the candlelight flickering between them. Outside, the fog thickened, pressing its softness against the window panes. The world beyond seemed distant, like another life entirely. When they finished, Claudine rose and opened the small gramophone near the counter. The needles scratched softly before releasing a slow, lilting melody, a waltz played by a faint, faraway violin. She turned toward him. "Do you dance, chef?" He smiled ruefully. "Only when no one watches." "Then you're safe," she said. "Only the books are watching." She extended her hand. He hesitated only a moment before taking it. Her hand was cool, delicate, sure. They moved carefully at first, the rhythm uncertain, but soon the music guided them. The small shop, filled with the scent of paper and tea, became a ballroom measured in heartbeats. The candlelight trembled over their faces, gilding the edges of everything it touched. Neither spoke. Words would have broken the spell. The world had narrowed to motion, breath, warmth when the record ended. The silence felt almost sacred. Claudine looked up at him, her voice barely above a whisper. "You see, Emma, some recipes don't need ingredients." He nodded, his chest tight with something tender and new, and some flavors never fade. Outside, the fog began to lift, revealing the faint outline of the bridge and the lamps flickering along its length. Time once again began to move. Claudine stepped back, smoothing her sleeve. "You should go," she said softly. "Your kitchen will miss you." "And you?" he asked. "I will miss your silence." He smiled. "Then I'll leave you some." He gathered his basket, now lighter, and paused at the door. The bell above it glinted faintly in the lamplight. "Next Sunday?" he asked. "Next Sunday," she said. "Bring nothing, especially not linen." He laughed quietly and stepped into the cool evening. The air was sharp, the city luminous. As he crossed the bridge, he looked back once. Through the misted glass, Claudine stood by the window, one hand resting on the table they had shared. He thought of her words, of mended things, of bread torn gently in two. The fog swallowed the light, but its warmth followed him all the way home. Monday dawned pale and cold, the kind of morning when breath lingered in the air like smoke. The city was still waking. Carts rattled along the cobblestones. Shopkeepers lifted shutters, and the faint scent of roasted coffee spilled from cafes like a promise. Inside Lessigna door, the early light caught on glass and silver, painting the kitchen in shades of amber and frost. Emile arrived before the others, as he always did. The air still carried traces of yesterday's truffles and baked bread. On the counter waited the morning delivery, a crate of produce, a bundle of herbs, and a folded newspaper left neatly by the door. He poured himself a cup of black coffee and unfolded the paper absent-mindedly. Then he saw it, halfway down the cultural column. Beneath an article on opera and a review of a new novel was the headline, "At Lessigna door, emotion returns to the plate." The words pulled him still. He read slowly, each line soft but deliberate. There are chefs who master technique, and there are chefs who master feeling. Monsieur Duret has found the rare alchemy of both. His latest creation, a delicate sauce of lemon and sherry, served with truffle and pear, is not a dish, but a confession. It tastes of memory, of longing, gently folded into grace. He lowered the paper, staring at the words, as though they belonged to someone else. "A confession," he murmured. "What have I confessed?" The kitchen door opened. Andre entered, shaking off his coat. "Morning, chef. What's got you frowning into your coffee?" "Apparently, I've been reviewed." Andre leaned in, scanning the column. "A confession, eh? Paris will think you've fallen in love with your sauce." "Perhaps I have," Emile said quietly. Andre grinned. "Or perhaps with someone who inspired it." The chef didn't reply, but the faintest color rose to his face. By the time the rest of the staff arrived, the article had made its rounds. Lucille clipped it and pinned it beside the pantry door. Henri, ever the dramatist, read the best lines aloud with theatrical emphasis. "Longing gently folded into grace," he exclaimed. "Chef, you're a poet in disguise." "Enough," Emile said, though his tone lacked its usual authority. He returned to his work, yet each motion carried that quiet distraction that had become familiar, the way he paused between ingredients, as if listening to something only he could hear. Outside, the clouds thickened, and by noon, rain began again. A fine, steady mist. Through the window, the street glowed, the lamps already lit, though it was barely midday. Between lunch orders, a small envelope arrived at the front desk. Henri brought it in, eyebrows raised. Another letter. "Chef." The handwriting stopped being cold. Elegant, slanted as he took it, opened it carefully. Inside, a single page. I read the review. They're right. It was a confession. Thank you for writing it in flavor instead of ink. See, he read it twice before folding it again. The words were simple, yet they struck something deep, something wordless. He slipped the note into his pocket beside the others. The napkin, the first card, the small collection of quiet exchanges that had come to define his world. The soft conflict came not from words, but from silence. For the rest of the afternoon, he found himself unable to focus. His sources came out uneven. The broth boiled too long. Even Andre noticed. "You're distracted," he said. "That letter again." "It's nothing," Emile replied. "Nothing," Andre repeated. "That makes you stir sugar into the salt jar." Emile blinked, realizing his mistake. He laughed quietly. "You see, emotion ruins precision. It improves humanity," Andre countered. They worked quietly after that, both pretending to concentrate. Yet the rhythm of the kitchen had changed again. What once was repetition now felt like resonance. The clang of pots, the hiss of pans, even the scent of thyme, all seemed tuned to a softer music. By evening, the restaurant was full. Diners spoke in low, contented tones, their laughter blending with the piano from the front room. Emile moved through his kitchen like a conductor, each motion part of an unseen harmony. Halfway through service, Henri appeared at the door, a new note in hand. "Chef, message for you." Emile frowned. "From whom?" "A lady at table 6. She didn't sign it, but I think you can guess." He opened it carefully. Only 4 words this time, written in her unmistakable hand. "The sauce tastes happier." He stood still for a moment, the words echoing through him. Then, quietly, he said, "Prepare 2 plates of truffle and pear. I'll finish them myself." He moved with deliberate calm, crafting the dish as if conducting a ritual. The aroma of lemon and sherry filled the kitchen again, gentle and familiar. When it was done, he placed 1 plate on the pass for the waiter. The other he set aside, for himself, untouched. He tasted only the sauce, closing his eyes as it melted across his tongue. It did taste happier, lighter, freer, as though the flavour itself had learned to breathe. When he looked up, the dining room door swung briefly open. Through the small pane of glass, he caught a glimpse of her, Claudine, seated near the window, her violet scarf glowing faintly under the lamp. She lifted her teacup, eyes meeting his through the glass for an instant. That single glance was enough to steady him. Service continued. The guests dined contentedly, unaware that every dish tonight carried a silent dialogue between chef and muse. When the last plates were cleared and the final order of coffee served, the staff began their nightly routine. Lucille hummed softly as she wiped down the counters. André polished the knives. Henri counted the receipts. Emile stepped outside for air. The rain had lightened into mist. The street smelled of damp stone and smoke. Across the bridge, the bookshop's lights were still on. He could almost imagine her there, finishing her tea, reading by the window, as always. The thought of the line from the article, a confession. Perhaps the critic hadn't been wrong, after all. He had confessed something, through flavour, that words could never hold. He whispered into the drizzle, "You were right. It does taste happier." The city answered with silence, but a warm one, the kind that carries presence rather than emptiness. When he returned inside, André was waiting by the counter. "Going somewhere, chef?" "Not tonight," Emile said, "but soon." André nodded. "Hunt north again, perhaps." He hung his apron, the motions slow and deliberate. In the quiet hum of the closing kitchen, everything seemed poised between endings and beginnings. As he turned out the lights, his gaze lingered on the stack of letters in his coat pocket. They seemed to glow faintly under the lamplight, as though warmed by unseen hands. He smiled to himself, the kind of smile that comes only from recognition. Outside, the last of the rain fell like whispers on the cobblestones. Somewhere across the river, a gramophone began to play the same waltz they had danced to, and in that moment, Emil understood that every recipe he would write, from now on, began with her name. By December, Paris had traded its rain for frost. The rooftops of Rue Royale gleamed pale under a low sun, and the morning air carried a sharpness that turned each breath into smoke. The Seigneur d'Or opened earlier now. The season demanded richer meals, longer hours, and warmth thick enough to chase the cold from the bones of its guests. Inside, Emil's kitchen glowed like a hearth. The copper pots caught the light, and the first simmering sauces sent ribbons of steam into the air. Every corner smelled of truffle, rosemary, and citrus peel, the scent of winter comfort. Yet beneath the familiar rhythm of knives and ladles, something had changed. The staff could feel it. The chef had become lighter. His commands, once clipped, now carried warmth. His silences, once heavy, were thoughtful instead of distant. Lucille said it best. "He cooks like someone writing a love letter," she whispered. André grinned. Then Paris is about to eat its heart out. That morning, Aim stood before the chalkboard used for seasonal updates. He had erased the autumn menu completely, the traces of chalk dust lingering like ghosts. In its place, he wrote slowly and carefully, "Menu d'hiver, 1948. Crème de châtaigne et vin blanc, tacle orange confit, poire de miel et thym citronné." At the bottom, almost as an afterthought, he added, Le plat du cœur à découvrir. André leaned over his shoulder. The heart's dish, he read. What is it? You'll see, Emile said. Something I haven't written down yet. The restaurant hummed through the day. Guests arriving in furs and wool. Laughter muffled beneath scarves. Through the kitchen window, Emile could see the breath of carriages puffing along the street. Each plate that left his hands carried more than flavour. It carried intention. Still, amid the rhythm of service, a small absence tugged at him. Claudine had not appeared for nearly a week. The letters had stopped, and though he told himself she was simply occupied, perhaps travelling, perhaps writing, his thoughts drifted toward the bookshop more often than he wished. That evening, after the last table was cleared, he opened his notebook. On one page he wrote, "The silence between visits is also a form of dialogue." He underlined it, then closed the book. The next morning brought news indirect, but enough to stir something within him. Henri entered the kitchen, holding a small folded clipping. "From the bookshop," he said. Etienne asked that this reach you. Emile unfolded it carefully. It was a short announcement, printed in the local gazette. Madame Claudine Moreau, to host winter evenings of letters and tea every Sunday at 6. Readings of love letters never sent. He smiled, a warmth blooming behind his ribs. "Letters never sent," he murmured. "How appropriate." André peeked over his shoulder. "Will you attend?" "Only if the tea is good," Emile said, though his tone betrayed a quiet eagerness. By Sunday evening, the city glowed beneath a curtain of snow. The flakes fell large and slow, muffling the world in white. Emile finished his dinner service early and wrapped himself in his long coat. The walk to Pont Neuf felt almost otherworldly. The bridge glimmered with frost, and the Seine below looked like dark silk. The bookshop's windows were fogged again, golden from within. He could see silhouettes through the glass. A small gathering, people seated with teacups in hand. Claudine standing near the counter, reading aloud from a sheet of paper. Her voice, though muffled, carried through the cracks of the door, a melody shaped by sincerity. He hesitated before entering, content to listen from outside. Her words floated into the street like warmth, escaping from a candlelit room. To the one who never asked for love, and yet, through silence, spoke it most clearly. Every flavour you create carries forgiveness, and I, the fortunate witness, taste it still. She paused, the sound of soft applause following. Emile exhaled slowly, eyes closing for a moment. Then he turned away, not from reluctance, but reverence. Some confessions, he thought, were best left to linger unacknowledged. He walked a few steps toward the bridge, but stopped as the door behind him opened. "You'll catch cold," Claudine's voice said gently. He turned. She stood in the doorway, cheeks pink from warmth and light. "You heard me," she said. "I did," he replied, "and I tasted every word." She smiled. "Then you've ruined me. Every metaphor now smells of butter." "Forgive me," he said softly. "It's the only language I know." She stepped closer, snow melting in her hair. "The tea is almost gone, but there's still time." He nodded. "For tea, always." Inside, the shop was hushed, the last few guests gathering their coats. Etienne poured 2 fresh cups and retreated discreetly, leaving them by the small table where their story had begun. The lamplight shimmered on the steam, and the air smelled faintly of cinnamon and old books. "You've been busy," he said. "A salon of letters." "And you," she said. "A menu of the heart." He looked at her, surprised. "You heard? The city listens when a chef writes something beautiful," she said. He laughed softly. "Then I'll have to cook in secret." They sat, sipping tea, as the snow thickened beyond the window. The sound was faint, like silk brushing stone. "You didn't come last week," he said after a moment. "I was writing," she replied, "about patience." "And did you finish?" "No," she said. "But the ending came to find me." The soft conflict appeared in that quiet honesty, the knowledge that every meeting might one day be the last. That time moves faster when shared. She looked down at her cup. "The shop may close after the new year. Etienne wishes to retire." He felt the words settle heavy in the air. "And you?" "I don't know," she said softly. "Paris is wide, but meaning is small. Perhaps I'll follow the river until it feels like home again." He reached across the table, his hand resting over hers. "Then allow me to send you off with something that travels well." She tilted her head. "A recipe, a memory," he said. "Something you can taste when the road feels too long." Her eyes glistened. "And you?" "I'll keep the sound of your tea against porcelain," he said. They sat like that for a while, surrounded by the warmth of shared silence. The snow outside fell heavier now, cloaking the city in stillness. At last, Claudine rose. "Next Sunday," she said, "the final reading. Come early, bring your appetite." "I wouldn't dare be late," he said. She smiled, placing her hand briefly on his shoulder. "Until then, chef." He watched her disappear behind the shelves, her violet scarf catching the light like a small promise in motion. When he stepped back into the snow, the world was white and soundless. The flakes clung to his coat, his hat, his eyelashes. Across the river, the lamps flickered like embers. He looked toward the restaurant, where tomorrow's menu awaited, and whispered, "Le plat du coeur." The words felt right, like a beginning disguised as an ending. The final Sunday of the year dawned under a hush of snow. Paris seemed paused between breaths, its rooftops softened, its streets muted beneath a quilt of white. The Seine moved slow and dark beneath its bridges, carrying the reflected lights of the city like drifting stars. It was the kind of day that asked nothing of anyone except to notice. At Le Signador, Émile stood at the stove, his breath visible in the cold air before the fires were lit. The kitchen slept in half-light, waiting. He wasn't meant to be here today. Sunday was for rest, but habits built over decades are not so easily broken. He lit the burners one by one, letting the blue flames bloom like small suns. The warmth crept outward, filling the room with life again. On the counter waited a sealed jar, labelled simply Le plat du coeur. It wasn't a dish in the usual sense. Inside was a small portion of truffle cream, velvety, pale, and gently perfumed with lemon. It was what he intended to bring to Claudine's final evening at the bookshop. A closing note, perhaps, or an open door. He packed the jar carefully into a small wooden box, wrapping it in linen as one might swaddle something fragile and irreplaceable. When he stepped outside, the cold bit into his cheeks. The streets were nearly empty, the snow muffled footsteps and softened sound. His breath rose like smoke as he crossed the Pont Neuf, the wind curling around him with the scent of the river. By the time he reached the bookshop, dusk had already begun to gather. Through the frosted window, He saw a modest crowd, perhaps a dozen guests, their coats steaming gently by the door. Candles flickered in brass holders, casting the room in a honeyed glow. At the front stood Claudine, poised as always, a violet scarf draped elegantly across her shoulders. He entered quietly. The bell chimed, soft and familiar. Etienne greeted him with a nod and gestured toward an empty chair near the back. She just began, he whispered. Claudine's voice floated through the air, low and melodic. Tonight, she said, we close our circle of letters, not with farewell, but with continuity. These are words for the ones who listen, even when the ink has dried. She unfolded a page, her hands steady, despite the tremor of emotion that rippled through the room. To the craftsman of warmth, you taught me that patience can be tasted, that silence can season. What words cannot? You did not speak your confession. You served it, and I, foolishly human, answered by learning to stay. The room fell silent. Emile felt something inside him. Shift, not surprise, not pride, but a quiet recognition, as though hearing an echo of his own thoughts spoken aloud. Claudine lowered the page slowly, her eyes sweeping the room. When they met his, the faintest smile curved her lips. I'd like to share one final letter, she said. It was never sent, but tonight perhaps it finds its way. She read again, her voice gentler this time. When a chef cooks from longing, he feeds the world with truth. But when he cooks from peace, he feeds himself. May your next dish be peace. A sigh moved through the audience, like wind through leaves. Some dabbed their eyes, others smiled quietly. Claudine folded the page, placed it beside her teacup, and said, "Thank you, my friends. That is all." Applause rose, muted, respectful. The crowd lingered afterward, murmuring farewells, exchanging embraces. Emile waited until the last guest had gone. Claudine stood by the counter, tidying the scattered pages. "Your words travel well," he said. She turned, her eyes bright, though not tearful, "and your flavors linger longer than ink." He approached, setting the wooden box gently on the table. "A small offering for your journey, wherever it leads." She unwrapped the linen carefully. "Le plat du coeur," she read aloud.
Your mysterious menu item.
"Now revealed," he said, "a dish meant to be tasted in silence." She lifted the lid, inhaled the faint perfume of truffle and lemon, and smiled. "It smells like serenity." That was the intent. The soft conflict came quietly, inevitable as winter dusk. Claudine hesitated, then said, "The shop closes tomorrow. I've decided to leave Paris for a while, perhaps Lyon, perhaps the coast." He nodded slowly. "You told me once that meaning is small. Perhaps you'll find it waiting there." "Perhaps," she said softly. "And you, will you keep cooking? Always. But differently now." "How so?" "With less perfection, more sincerity." She smiled. "Then I've succeeded." They shared a silence that felt sacred rather than heavy. She reached into her coat pocket and drew out a small envelope. "I was saving this," she said, "for when goodbyes became necessary." He took it, uncertain. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, slightly faded. It showed the two of them at the edge of the bridge weeks earlier. Captured by some passing photographer, she was laughing. He was mid-smile, a moment stolen from time, preserved. "I didn't even know," he whispered. "I wanted you to see how joy looks on you," she said. He smiled faintly, eyes lowering. Then I'll keep it in the kitchen, beside the stove. Careful, she said, laughing softly. You'll ruin it with steam. I'll let it wrinkle. That's what memory does. She looked at him a long moment. I don't know when I'll return, Emil. He met her gaze. Then I'll keep a table ready. For a while, they said nothing more. The snow outside thickened, the lamplight blurring into a gentle halo. At last, Claudine reached for her scarf, wrapping it loosely around her neck. She turned toward the door, but paused. Do you ever wonder, she asked, if love is simply the art of noticing? He thought for a moment. If it is, he said, then we've both become artists. She smiled, soft, luminous. Then keep noticing, chef. I will. She opened the door. The wind swept in, carrying with it the scent of snow and faraway bells. She stepped into the night, the violet scarf bright against the white air. Emil remained still, the wooden box between his hands, her warmth still clinging to the room. Etienne emerged quietly from behind the shelves. She'll write again, he said. I know, Emil replied. But even if she doesn't, the story keeps cooking. The bookseller nodded. Indeed it does. When Emil finally left, the streets were almost empty. The snow muffled his steps, and the city's glow reflected faintly in every window. He crossed the bridge, the photograph tucked safely in his pocket, its edges warm from his hand. The restaurant waited across the river, a single lamp left burning inside. Through the frosted glass, the kitchen looked almost like a chapel, quiet, golden, patient. He paused at the door, listening to the hush that followed her absence. Then he whispered, until spring, and in the stillness that answered, it felt as though the city itself nodded in agreement. Winter deepened, and Paris grew quieter with each passing week. Snow gathered in soft folds along the rooftops, muffling the city's usual rhythm into something almost contemplative. The Seine froze briefly at its edges, the ice glinting like glass under the weak sun. The air smelled of chimney smoke and roasted chestnuts, of distance and waiting. At Lessing-d'Or, life continued, but slower, softer. The warmth of the kitchen seemed more precious now, the copper pots always gleaming, the flames steady even on the greyest days. Guests arrived bundled in wool and fur, their laughter echoing faintly through the dining room, before settling into the comfort of wine and conversation. And at the centre of it all, Emil cooked. He moved through his kitchen with quiet devotion, every gesture deliberate, yet something in his rhythm had changed. Each dish carried a thread of nostalgia, not melancholy, but remembrance. The flavours were tender, layered with subtle emotion. Those who dined there spoke of the same thing. It tastes like warmth rediscovered. André noticed it first. Your sauces are calmer, he said one evening, watching Emil stir a pot of cream and thyme. Calmer? Yes, André replied. They used to chase perfection. Now they wait for it to arrive. Emil smiled faintly. Perhaps patience is the new seasoning. Outside, the snow kept falling. Inside, the warmth persisted, but though his kitchen glowed, a quiet absence lingered. Claudine's departure had left no official goodbye, just a letter sent 2 weeks after she'd gone, postmarked from Lyon. It sat folded in Emil's coat pocket, the paper softened by rereading. My dear Emil, the sea is too fast still, but the Rhone carries a similar hush. The city smells of oranges and wet stone. Your memory travels well. See, he read it often, not for comfort, but for connection. The words felt alive, as though written in present tense. On certain nights, he'd find himself glancing toward the window mid-service, half expecting her silhouette among the passers-by. But Paris held its silence, kind but firm. Still, her absence had not taken everything. It had transformed what remained. He began writing again, not recipes, but notes, small observations of flavour, mood, light. He wrote in the same notebook where once he'd drafted menus, filling each page with gentle reflections. How the scent of truffle feels like memory warming its hands. How the sound of tea poured resembles forgiveness. How love leaves behind flavour, even when it travels far. Lucille found one page once, by accident, while cleaning. She said nothing, only smiled when he caught her reading it. "You're turning the kitchen into a novel," she teased. "Perhaps," he said, "but one you can eat." Weeks passed like that. One grey morning in mid-January, Henry entered with a letter thicker than the first, sealed in deep violet wax. "From Lyon again," he said. Emile wiped his hands on his apron and took it carefully. The handwriting was unmistakable. He broke the seal, his pulse quickening slightly. "Emile, there are markets here by the river, where the air smells of rosemary and citrus. I thought of your sauces when I walked through them. I even tried to cook an experiment with pears and honey. It went poorly, but the intention was sincere. I miss our conversations that required no conclusions. I miss the way the city sounded through your silences. See." He read it twice, then placed it near the stove, where the warmth could ease the creases in the paper. Later that day, when the restaurant emptied, he sat alone with his coffee and wrote back, "Claudine, if intention were a spice, sincerity would make every dish whole. Paris remains grey, but the bridge still holds the memory of your steps. When you taste something honest, think of this kitchen. Ash." He sealed the letter and sent it with the morning post, unsure whether she'd receive it or whether she'd need to. Some messages, he'd come to understand, were written as much for the sender as the recipient. The soft conflict came quietly. Weeks later, the city thawed slightly, and rain returned, washing away the snow, but not the cold. The roof above the kitchen began to leak again, a persistent drip over the far counter. Andre cursed softly, fetching a bucket. "Paris always leaks in February," he grumbled. "Then let it leak," Emile said. "It reminds us that perfection is temporary." But that evening, as he reached for a copper pot, he noticed the edge of Claudine's first note. Truth tastes simple had become damp from the leak. The ink had begun to blur. He pressed it between 2 pages of his notebook to preserve it, though he knew nothing lasts unaltered. He thought of her handwriting, the calm of it, the quiet steadiness. He thought of how she'd said love was the art of noticing, and so he noticed everything: the hiss of rain on the roof, the tremor of light through steam, the way the city seemed to hum softly after midnight. By the time March arrived, a pattern had formed. Every 2 weeks, a letter from Lyon arrived, sometimes brief, sometimes pages long. They spoke of small things: weather, tea, memories, and occasionally a dream. He responded in kind. Their exchange became a rhythm, a correspondence without urgency. In her 3rd letter, she wrote, "You once said, 'Flavor is memory made tangible.' I believe now that words are the same. They dissolve slowly, leaving traces of what mattered. He smiled when he read that, penning in return. Then we are seasoning each other's days. As the weeks passed, the staff learned not to ask why the chef smiled at the mail. They simply accepted it as part of the kitchen's new warmth. The restaurant itself seemed to glow differently. Guests lingered longer. Strangers returned not for novelty, but for comfort. Andre said one evening, "You've built something rare, chef." "What's that?" "Peace," Andre said simply. Peace. The word tasted like cream on Emil's tongue. Soft, steady, familiar. When spring threatened to arrive, subtle at first, in the thaw of mornings and the song of sparrows, another letter came, shorter than usual, but unmistakably hers. "Emil, the apricot trees here have begun to bloom. I think it's time I return. Save a table near the window. Safe on Sivas Draves." He read it 3 times, his breath catching, each time at the same word, return. Outside the rain had stopped. The clouds had lifted slightly, letting a small, golden warmth spill across the rooftops. He folded the letter, slipped it into his pocket, and looked toward the bridge through the restaurant window. The water below shimmered faintly, alive again. He whispered, "She's coming home." The copper pots reflected his smile, warm and unwavering, and somewhere beyond the horizon of Paris, a train began to move north. By early April, winter had finally released its grip on Paris. The streets shimmered under a tentative sun, and the air carried the mingled scent of thawed earth, coffee, and lilac. The city seemed to breathe again. The waiters of Le Cygne d'Or left the windows slightly open for the first time in months, letting the breeze wander through the dining room like a guest rediscovering its seat. Inside the kitchen, Emile worked with a lightness that the staff had learned to read without asking. There were more pauses between his movements now, moments where he simply listened to the simmer of a sauce, to the hiss of steam, to the rain no longer falling. On the chalkboard beside the door, he had written the new menu, Printemps 1949, a table for 2. At the bottom, beneath the elegant script, someone, Andre, no doubt, had drawn a small heart in chalk. Emile pretended not to notice. The restaurant was quiet before the noon rush. Sunlight spilled across the counters, glinting off polished copper and porcelain. Andre leaned against the wall, polishing silver. "When is she meant to arrive?" he asked. Emile glanced at the clock. Her letter said today, the afternoon train from Lyon. Andre smiled knowingly. Then Paris had better behave itself. He left it at that, and Emile returned to his work. Though his thoughts wandered with each stir of the spoon, he'd received her last letter nearly a week ago, a short note written in her steady, delicate hand. "Emile, the journey home begins tomorrow. I've kept 1 teacup empty for Paris. Save me a place at your table." See, he had read it more than once. Each time it struck him with a quiet awe. The simplicity of it, the certainty. By mid-afternoon, clouds drifted in from the west, brushing the rooftops with a soft grey. The city carried that restless hush it often wore before rain, though no rain came. At 4:30, as the last of the lunch patrons left, the restaurant's front bell chimed. Lucille appeared in the doorway, her voice hushed but bright. "Chef," she said, "she's here, she's here." He didn't move immediately. Instead, he exhaled slowly, setting down his towel as though preparing for a delicate dish. Then he stepped through the swinging door. Claudine stood just inside the entrance, removing her gloves. The violet scarf rested loosely around her shoulders, and her hair had grown slightly longer, touched by the faint light of travel. She looked both changed and familiar, like a melody played in a new key. "Welcome home," Emil said quietly. Her eyes softened. "So it is home then. Only if you stay long enough for dessert," he said, and she laughed, the sound drawing smiles from the nearby waitstaff. Andre appeared discreetly, bowing slightly. "Madame Moreau, your table is ready by the window, of course." She smiled. Naturally, the dining room was nearly empty now. The late afternoon light stretched long and gold across the floor, painting everything in honeyed tones. She sat by the window, and he joined her, not as the chef this time, but as the guest of her return. On the table before them rested 2 plates and a single vase holding a sprig of rosemary. "I kept my promise," she said, brushing the rim of her teacup. "The seat is saved." "And I kept mine," he said, placing a small dish before her, a creation he had spent the past 3 nights perfecting. It was delicate, unassuming, a poached pear resting in pale cream, flecked with lemon zest and dusted lightly with thyme. She smiled. "You've made the season edible." "I tried," he said. "Taste and tell me if spring has arrived." She took a small bite, her eyes closing briefly. "Yes," she murmured, "it has." They ate slowly, speaking between sips of tea and shared pauses. He told her about the winter, the letters, the leaking roof, the customers who claimed to taste peace in his food. She told him about Lyon, the markets, the light on the river, the loneliness that wasn't quite loneliness. "I miss the quiet here," she said softly. "It's a kind quiet, the sort that holds you rather than empties you." He nodded. "I missed your honesty. Paris lies beautifully, but you never did." She smiled at that. "And you, Emil, did you keep cooking from longing?" He considered, then said, "No, I learned to cook from gratitude." The soft conflict entered, gentle as always. Claudine's eyes lingered on him a little longer than comfort allowed. "You've changed," she said. "So have you." "Yes," she said, "but change makes promises fragile." He set down his fork. "Then we'll keep only the unspoken ones." She studied him, searching for hesitation, but found none. Her smile returned, faint but certain. "I suppose unspoken promises last the longest." Outside, the sky shifted. The first petals of early spring, magnolia perhaps, floated down the street, pale against the cobblestones. The light dimmed slightly, deepening into dusk. Lucille passed quietly through the room, setting a small vase of white camellias near their table. Claudine looked at it and whispered, an invitation to notice. Emil's breath caught. "You remember, I remember everything," she said, "even the scent of your first sauce." He laughed softly, "And I remember the sound of your first tea." They fell silent again, not from absence, but from fullness. The air between them carried something calm, something complete. When the last of the daylight slipped away, Claudine reached for her scarf. "May I walk you to the bridge?" she asked. "You read my mind." They stepped out together into the soft blue evening. The city's lamps glowed along the river, their reflections trembling in the current. The air was cool, but no longer cruel. As they crossed Pont Neuf, Claudine slowed, her hand brushing the railing. Do you ever think, she asked, that the heart has seasons too? Yes, he said, and some last longer than they should. She smiled. Then may this one be kind to us. They stopped midway, where the wind carried the faint scent of blossoms mixed with rain, the same spot where he had once watched her silhouettes through mist, now felt transformed, no longer distant, no longer unreachable. He turned toward her. There's one thing I haven't told you. What's that? That the plat du coeur wasn't just a dish. It was a reminder that peace can be served. She nodded slowly, understanding more than his words contained. Then tonight you've served it again. They stood there a while, watching the river move beneath them, neither speaking, neither needing to. When they finally turned back toward the restaurant, the lamps flickered behind them, their light trailing across the water like a promise unhurried. Claudine took his arm lightly. Tell me, she said, what's next for Chef Duret? He smiled. Perhaps fewer recipes, more conversations. Then I'll bring the tea, she said. He laughed quietly, the sound blending with the wind. As they disappeared down the quiet street, Paris exhaled, warm, patient, timeless. The door of Le Signador closed softly behind them, but the scent of lemon and jasmine lingered long after, weaving itself into the night, like a final stanza never meant to end.